Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to today's Masterclass on climate resilient infrastructure, public-private partnerships. Um, this will be a one day training program convened by the Global Center on Adaptation and presented by the International Coalition for Sustainable Infrastructure. My name is George Karagianis, or George for short, and I'll be your course director for today. Um, our instructors, Annette, Nazma, Emmanuel, and Katie will present themselves in a minute. But before we do, I'd like to pass the floor to Katie for a short introductory video created by GCA. Katie, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Just to say you're welcome to have your cameras on throughout the course of this masterclass. It'd be really nice to see you, but if you could keep muted when you're not speaking, that would be great to avoid background noise. I'm going to share a video from GCA, who unfortunately couldn't be here to give the introduction, but we will have members of the GCA team joining us throughout the day, so we'll be able to engage with them later. So I will just share this video. The sound is quite quiet, so you might need to turn up the sound on your own devices. Please let me know if you can't hear at all, but otherwise you might just need to keep quiet and listen in. Here we go. Let me know if any troubles, George.
Dear guests, welcome. This is my great pleasure to introduce you and to welcome you to the Infrastructure Masterclass on Climate Resilient Infrastructure PPPs. My name is Adel Kedario. I'm the Global Lead at the GCA, Global Center on Adaptation, working on the Infrastructure Nature-Based Solution Program and Climate Adaptation Finance. Why does infrastructure resilience matters? We know already and we see already on a day-to-day that climate and future climatic conditions hit infrastructure systems, services, and the populations that are served. And we also already know that climate change is hitting vulnerable communities the most. But there are solutions, and there are market opportunities that make adaptation not only a compliance issues, but very much an investment opportunities. And we see project after project working with GCA, supporting multilateral development banks and governmental partners, infrastructure agencies in more than 35 countries to date, in different infrastructure sectors. We do see that looking at climate risks and investment projects, understanding how future hazards will impact the assets, the services, the operations, the revenues, may help to understand what can be done to address these risks in advance through better designs, stronger designs, operations maintenance practices, and ensure a long-lasting life of your assets. To date, GCA Masterclass has trained more than 300 professionals over the past 3 years. Only in 2025, we have delivered 6 masterclasses over 5 countries. And this is a great pleasure to welcome you today to this new infrastructure masterclass, where we have professionals from Gambia, Malawi, World Bank, Saint Tome and Principe, who all share expertise on transport systems and transport investments. As GCA, we work with you, we work with government, we work with MDBs to deliver this technical assistance, and therefore, this is not only a masterclass and a training that we want to propose to you, this is very much entering into a community of climate resilient infrastructure officers, where we really expect you that you can contribute and share your experience to discuss how you already address climate risk and how you already think an adaptation solution within your day-to-day and in your projects. The focus on this online version will be very much to unpack what are the type of adaptation solutions that are suitable for different type of hazards in different type of context and situation. And we want to hear from you. GCA and our experts delivering the Masterclass, ICSI, the International Coalition for Sustainable Infrastructure, will be here to deliver knowledge module and to share a lot of resources and case studies. You can bring in your own expertise and day-to-day experience. Having you all together in this online classroom is already a great step to see, so you can engage together and create this community of practice that will advance addressing climate risk for infrastructure systems in your coming projects. I hope you have a really good time. I know out of experience that it's always a pleasure and a learning opportunity for us to exchange with you, to communicate with you, and to engage on the masterclass. We will be in touch. I send my best wishes and regards from the GCA office at Rotterdam, presently under the snow, and I wish you a very fine tuning for the rest of the day. I will see you soon, and welcome to this infrastructure masterclass.
Okay, excellent. That was Adele Katere from GCA. Thanks, Adele. And George, over to you.
Thanks, Katie. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I said before, this master class is being convened by GCA and delivered by the International Coalition for Sustainable Infrastructure, whom we represent here, which we represent here. Um, so the uh, International Coalition for Sustainable Infrastructure, or ICSI for short, is a global organization headquartered in London that brings together the engineering community to support infrastructure sustainability, resilience, and climate action. What's particular about ICSI is that it connects the biggest engineering organizations, be it engineering associations, engineering firms, um, towards this common objective. And if we look at the history of ICSI, it was founded by large engineering firms such as AECOM and Jacobs, engineering associations, associations such as the American Society, the American Society of Civil Engineers and the Institution of Civil Engineers, um, and it was also co-founded by cities such as the city of Los Angeles, and so with that, it brings together all of those practitioner voices, hoping to build a coalition of change agents that are committed to bold action towards infrastructure, sustainability, resilience, and climate change. You can find more information about ICSI on our website, sustainability-coalition.org, um, or you can reach out to Katie and me. With that, I think it's time we all introduced ourselves. I'll begin, followed by my fellow instructors, and then would like to hear from all of you. I'll call on you in sequence. So as I said, my name is George Karagiannis, George for short. I'm Greek. I'm calling from Greece right now. I'm a civil engineer and emergency manager. My background is basically in disaster risk reduction, disaster risk management. I've been doing that for 17 or 8 years or 18 years now. Um, and for the last 3 years, I've been working at IGSI and previously our parent organization, Resilience Rising. I've been the Risk and Resilience Director, and before that, I helped put together one of our flagship initiatives, the Engineering Leadership Group, which brings together the biggest engineering firms towards working towards policy objectives in infrastructure resilience, sustainability, and climate action. And before that, it was working for the Greek government. I was Deputy State Secretary for Civil Protection, and that's basically me. Uh, I'd like to pass the floor to to my fellow instructors. Ladies first, beginning with Annette. Annette, over to you.
Thanks, George. Good morning, everyone. Simile Annette is my name. I'm an engineer by profession. I'm an electrical engineer. Yes, I can say I'm an electrical engineer with a background in electrical engineering and a bit of telecom engineering because my bachelor's is in telecom engineering. Currently I'm the managing director of 3N Ingtech Innovations Consultancy Firm. We are based in Uganda. It's an engineering and technology firm. We offer advisory services on infrastructure and projects in general. I'm also a trainer. Currently, I'm partnering with ICSI to train in these masterclasses on climate resilient infrastructure. But I'm also a trainer, an associate trainer with Red Ally UK. It's an international NGO based in UK. We train in humanitarian skills for engineers. We also train in climate adaptation and mitigation as well. I would say for me, it's an honor and privilege to be part of this masterclass. I look forward to sharing my experience with you as I learn from you guys, because I believe each one of us has a unique experience, and it will be an honor to share and be able to learn from each other. We are together the whole day, so we shall be learning more from each other. Thank you very much. Over to you,
Thank you.
George.
Yeah, thank you, Annette. Thank you very much. Nazma, over to you.
Thank you, George. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nasma Abubakari. I'm based in Tanzania, but work across the East Africa region. I currently work at Grant Thornton, Grant Thornton East Africa Advisory Limited, in which we work across the East Africa market. And my background is in a development. I have studied international developments and then transitioning and working with NGO. From different countries, but then after I started working in 2 years' time, I've started working with Grant Thornton and based on the advisory side of things. So working with the PPP Center in Tanzania, the PPP Center in Uganda and Kenya as well. But also apart from that, I worked into the agriculture. So basically, on the advisory side, agriculture, climate adaptation, PPPs. But also marketing research for most of the investors who are coming into Tanzania. I'm based in Dar es Salaam. So I look forward on learning from all of you, and I hope this is going to be an engaging classroom. Yeah, thank you. Over to you, George.
Thank you, Nazma. Thank you very much. Emmanuel, over to you.
Thank you very much, George, and good morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Pobi, and I'm calling from Ghana. I'm a consumer by profession, and I have over 15 years working experience in transport infrastructure. I work with the Ministry of Roads and Highways, and my expertise include structuring public-private partnerships projects in Ghana. I'm also into project finance analysis and assessment. I built a financial and economic model. And in recent time, I'm into resilient infrastructure. I'm a certified climate resilient infrastructure officer, and I took this masterclass in 2022, and afterwards I got satisfied. I'm happy to be part of this session, and I look forward to share knowledge and experience that I've acquired both on the field and also in the classroom. Thank you. Over to you, George.
Thanks, Emmanuel. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, over to you. We would like to hear your name. We'd like to hear which organization and which country you're hailing from. And if you have a particular expectation for this masterclass. I guess we will leave it to the randomness of Zoom to sort things out, sort the order out. I'll just call you based on the order that I see you in on my screen. Um, Taco, great to see you again.
Good morning, George. Um, Good morning, everyone in the class. My name is Tako Yamdojo. I work with the National Roads Authority of the Gambia in building road infrastructure throughout the country. We're responsible for road infrastructure throughout the country. I am an assistant project engineer and I work on projects that I am assigned to, but specifically I'm working on the Gambia infrastructure project for now, and that is what connects me to the this GCA Masterclass on climate resilience of infrastructure. Thank you, George.
Thank you, Taco. I've been remiss and I apologize. Katie and Marita are still with us in the call. Katie, over to you.
Thanks, George, and no worries at all. Hi everyone. I'm part of the delivery team for the masterclasses. So I work at ICSI as a senior program manager, and I'm just helping on all of the delivery, occasionally doing some teaching. I'm working very closely with the team at GCA. Speaking of GCA, I'll let Marita introduce herself as well.
Yes, hi everyone, good morning. My name is Medita Saliho and I'm a senior program officer for the infrastructure team at GCA. We're partnering with ICSI to throw this virtual masterclass, which is one day, so a full day. We're very glad to have you here. Otherwise, I was also co-lead with Martin for the Gambia infrastructure project, but I believe today we're also expecting some attendees from a Malawi project that we did, and also perhaps a couple from a Sao Tome roads project that we did. So we welcome you all, and we hope that you find today useful for your trainings and for your future projects going forward. Thanks, George.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Marita. So continuing with Miss Olive.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes, we can barely hear you. Yes.
Okay, so, I'm Yahan Sayed. I will work well for interface activity consultant for the project of infrastructure in Zambia, and I'm present in Zambia.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Arthur.
Good morning. My name is Arthur Oli. I'm calling in from Malawi. I am an economist working for the Ministry of Transport and Public Works, but currently supporting the Restore project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Yamikani.
Everyone, my name is Yamikani Timoni. I'm from Malawi. I work with National Water Resources Authority, trained as a hydrologist, where we manage and conserve the water resources in Malawi. I'm glad to be part of this class. Looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Miss Medellina.
My name is Mederina Joanna Beye, working with Lost Authority Malawi as Environmental Planning Officer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. or Mrs. Chiku.
Good morning. I am Chibumbo Pando, working as the transport economist for Roads Authority.
Good morning. Mr. or Mrs. Precious.
Good morning. I am Precious Simbeye, working with Directorate of Road Traffic and Safety Services in Malawi. I am a road transport officer. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rolf.
Good morning. My name is Ralph Dice Malikebu. I am the Financial Management Specialist for Restore Project. Thank you. That's Malawi.
Thank you very much. Mr. or Mrs. Idrissa.
Hi everyone. My name is Idrissa Sibai. I'm a senior transport economist for the World Bank based in Abidjan, and I'm working on several important infrastructure projects. So I hope to learn a lot from this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. or Mrs. Mfanda.
Hi, everyone. I'm Panda Kabwazi. I'm with the World Bank office here in Malawi, and I'm a transport specialist here with the bank with the background in disaster risk management. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, sir, for turning on your device. I can see you're connecting from a Samsung phone, but it doesn't say your name. So over to you. We cannot hear you. You have to unmute yourself.
Hello, good morning. This is Engineer Wame Mkumbira, Infrastructure Specialist, Restore Project, Road Authority Malawi.
Thank you very much. Okay, I see there's a bit of a technical problem. While you're fixing it, Mr. or Mrs. Sowoluzika.
Good morning. My name is Sawe Ruzika Mwenelpembe from the Ministry of Transport and Public Works, Malawi. I am an economist. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I can see the gentleman, you managed to unmute yourself. The gentleman connecting from the Samsung device. Yes.
Yes, good morning. My name is Maurice Tengatenga. I work for Regional Climate Resilience Program under Roads Authority. I'm a environmental specialist. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now there's another colleague connecting from what reads WB652074. No, probably not. Mr. or Mrs. connecting from a device reading WB652074. Okay.
It's all right, Georgia.
Yeah, it's all right. Not a problem. So, Mr. or Mrs. Kapalamula?
Hi everyone, I am Florence Kapalamwa. I'm an environmental specialist for Restore Project in Malawi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now there's another colleague connecting from a device reading HP1J1N.
Yeah, good morning. That's Caston Irenda, Deputy Director of Forestry in the Department of Forestry. I'm sitting in for the Director of Forestry in Malawi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now Miss Nima, Mr. or Mrs. Nima.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I'm Nema Kadaluka from Malawi. I work with the Construction Industry Regulatory Authority of Malawi, which is a regulatory body for the construction industry in Malawi. And my background is land surveying as well as project management. My PMP, Certified Project Manager. and I'm part of the serious part of the Restore project in Malawi. And I'm very excited and happy to be part of this team. I'm looking forward to learning a lot from you and also sharing my experience with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. or Mrs. Chisomo.
Yeah, I'm Engineer Chisomo, project coordinator for Restore project, working with the Roads Authority as well as regional manager for maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. or Mrs. Kalebe.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kariben Sasata. I'm working with the Ministry of Finance as a debt management officer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lucius.
Good morning. My name is Lucius Donsa. I am OHS specialist for Restore project in Malawi. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Joey Malota. I'm sharing the device with Lucius. I'm the contracts management specialist for Restore project in Malawi. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. or Mrs. Carlolin.
Good morning, everyone. I am Karin Chabwera from Malawi. I'm working with the Department of Disaster Management Affairs as a disaster resilience officer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. or Mrs. Fury.
Hello, everyone. I am Wema Piri, working as procurement specialist with Restore project here in Malawi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Miss Martha.
Oh my. I'm Martha Chataika, a public service fellow working with the Department of Disaster Management Affairs with a background in disaster risk management from Malawi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's three of us. Mr. or Mrs. Panjani. Mr. or Mrs. Panjani Kamanga. I guess not. Mr. Oswald.
Good morning. My name is Oswald Mvula. The Chief Infrastructure Development Officer working with the Department of Disaster Management Affairs in Malawi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's four of us now.
Thank you. Penjan can come in now.
Sorry?
Penjan Kamanga from
Yes?
Malawi for the Restore project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Matthias. Mr. Matthias Milosi. Mr. Matthias Milosi. I guess not. Mr. Richard Kembo. Mr. Richard. I guess not. Miss Veronica.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Veronica Mvula from Malawi. I'm with the Roads Authority as the Highway Designs Engineer. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Muhammad. Mr. Muhammad. Mr. or Mrs. Mwayi Taulo.
Good morning. I am Waitaulo from Malawi, working in the Department of Disaster Management Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. Now there's 5 of us with a disaster background. Miss Amy. Miss Amy Bojang. Mr. or Mrs. Davy, I guess Mr. From what appears to be a Department of Disaster Management Affairs. Nope. And last and certainly not least, Miss Fatimata. Fatimata, it's great to see you again.
Hello, George. It's a pleasure to see you, and Katie, Merita. Nice to see you all. So I am Fatmata Sabali from the National Roads Authority in the Gambia. And, my desire for climate resilience have been on the rise since I had my first, training on nature-based solutions. And then it has transcended to working with Marita and the team on, the climate adaptation for the Gambia infrastructure project, and then getting to meet George on a very great masterclass that we had some few months ago. So I hope to learn more from this masterclass as well. And our other colleague, Mr. Oseinu, he wanted to be here, but something impromptu came last minute, Joy.
Okay, you make sure to say hi for me, please.
No problem. And I have another participant here, Mr. Falundo.
Good morning, everyone. I am Falwindao, the brick manager for NRA. Nice to meet you all.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
All
right.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Mohammed Koli from the Gambia, working as an electrical engineer at our national water and electricity company. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for connecting. Mr. Theophil. You just connected, I think. Mr. or Mrs. Theophil? Nope. Okay. All right. Then let's continue on. Let's begin with our masterclass. We have finished the introductions. And let me present the outline of the day before we continue. So, as you probably know, the Masterclass is structured in 5 modules. The first being a refresher on climate resilient infrastructure. The second module is an overview of risk assessments conducted during the project identification phase and the project appraisal phase. The module itself is structured in 2 parts. Module 3 explains how to use the outcomes of the project appraisal phase to identify and prioritize climate adaptation and resilience options. Module 4 discusses the landscape of climate finance, and Module 5 is a toolkit for incorporating climate resilience in PPP infrastructure projects. It is again divided in 2 parts, one pertaining to the tender and award phase, and another one on the contract management phase. So you will see this is basically the outline of the day. This is what we are. This is how we think we're going to run this one-day masterclass. It's a bit tight. Normally, this is a 3-day masterclass, which we condensed in one single day. So naturally, everything is going to be shorter. We will have a little bit of time for questions at the end of every module, but please write your questions in the chat, and we will try to address as many of them in the chat without uh, addressing them in plenary. So after each uh, session, the instructor will take a little bit of time to answer any questions that remain in the chat. Depending on how much time we have available, we'll probably try to answer maybe one question per module. So let's crack on with module one, which is a refresher on the fundamentals of climate resilient infrastructure. So as you've seen before, the title of the masterclass is Climate Resilient PPPs, which means that it basically involves two concepts. One, infrastructure public-private partnerships on the one hand, and climate on the other. So I guess you're already familiar with these concepts individually. So the objective of the master class is how we can basically bring those concepts together. In other words, how we can ensure that infrastructure PPPs take account of the current and future of the current and future climate. So in this module, we will briefly introduce the two concepts, then discuss how they relate to each other, and then we'll go into the definition of some of the key terms that we will use throughout this master class. The idea is to make sure that everybody is beginning with a common fundamental understanding of the basics. The remainder of this presentation is structured in 5 sections, as you see in this slide. So let's begin with a brief introduction of the concept of triple Ps. As you see in the slide, we all know that Africa has a rapidly growing population. We also know that there is often inadequate infrastructure to support this growing population. And by infrastructure here, we mean things like road, electricity, water, sanitation, and the like. And we know that maintenance of that infrastructure is also often problematic. The difference between the needs of the growing population and the status of the existing infrastructure is what we call the infrastructure gap at the left of the slide. And it is this infrastructure gap that remains one of Africa's greatest challenges to speeding up its economic growth. It has been estimated at between 68 and 108 billion US dollars. And clearly, the public budgets cannot fund this alone. Furthermore, as you see at the right of the slide, the countries where the greatest needs exist are often not the countries with the greatest means to fund this gap. So, despite the lack of public funding to address all of the infrastructure needs, there is a solution. Public-private partnerships are one of those solutions. In a nutshell, they have a lot of benefits, including that they can provide a substantial value for money. They can bring in much needed expertise from the private sector, and they enable us to deliver projects on time and on budget. The So as we discussed, the key principles of PPPs are value for money, affordability, commercial viability, manageability, and acceptability. Uh, the the way this is happening, the way that PPPs happen, and the way they can actually support climate resilience is through risk allocation. Um, What's important to point out is that PPPs can realize value for money in various ways, but it is that allocation that is fundamental to this. We'll discuss a lot about risk allocation in the remainder of this masterclass. For example, Module 2 is about how we can assess risk in PPPs, and Module 5 is a discussion of how to allocate climate risks between the parties in a PPP contract. Now let's pivot to a broad introduction of climate and climate change. Uh, although about a decade ago it was still debated whether climate change was real, measured data over the last few years have made that abundantly clear. Increased greenhouse gas emissions from human activity are causing changes to the Earth's climate. And on the left, you see an increase in human-induced greenhouse gas emissions of various types, and on the right, you see how the global surface temperature has changed over the same period. And uh, in the future, we know that we will see even more and even bigger increase in global temperature, ranging between 1.4 and 5.7 degrees, depending on the actions that we take over the next 60 or 70 years or so, as you see in this slide. So you see that there is a range going from the very low in cyan at the bottom of the chart to the very high in dark red at the top of the slide. The question that naturally begs itself is where those forecasts come from, and I'd like to take the opportunity to discuss two key notions in climate science: the representative concentration pathways and the shared socioeconomic pathways. So, representative concentration pathways are scenarios that focus on different levels of greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere, air pollution, and land use change. They range from low emission scenarios, the RCP 2.6, which is marked in blue at the chart at the top left of the slide, to high emission scenarios such as RCP 8.5, which is marked in red at the chart at the top left of the slide. The acronym RCPs is often used to denote representative concentration pathways, and this is one of the key terms when we talk about climate science. By the same token, shared socioeconomic pathways are scenarios that consider socioeconomic factors such as population growth, urban growth, economic development, and technological advancements. They illustrate whether global climate change policies are likely to be achieved or not. And for example, how warmer will the global atmospheres are going to be. Again, they range from low emission scenarios such as SSP 1, which is marked in cyan at the bottom of the chart on the top right of the slide, to SSP 5, which is marked in dark red at the chart at the bottom right of the slide. Um, the What's important is that the representative concentration pathways and shared socioeconomic pathways include likely ranges of the global mean surface temperature and the global mean sea level rise, as you can see on this slide. Obviously, we don't expect anybody to learn that by heart or be able to recite this, but knowing where to find that information and having a fundamental understanding of the of what the representative concentration pathways and shared socioeconomic pathways entail is important to our line of business. But how does that relate to infrastructure projects in Africa? Actually, that's not entirely new. Floods, droughts, tropical cyclones, and the like are hazards and disasters that African communities have always had to deal with, and they have always had to be considered when designing, building, operating infrastructure, right? So what we need to keep in mind is that although discussions about climate change can often be a distraction to the fundamental principles of infrastructure development, what we need to be careful about is not to lose sight, but that of the fact that uh, what remains is what remains important is the impact that those hazards are going to have on infrastructure. Uh, so this slide shows maps of how regional precipitation is expected to change in response to future scenarios of 2-degree or 4-degree change in global temperature. And there's two things to consider from those maps. One is they show that the forecast changes in climate differ spatially. Some areas will experience greater rainfall in the future, and others will experience less. And second, those changes can be quite significant. You see that in some cases we have up to 40% more or less rainfall depending on the location. And you can imagine how big a difference that can actually make. Now let's look into how the climate specifically interacts with infrastructure, and we're just going to see a couple of sectors. You can look at the slides on the other sectors. So you see here hazards like extreme temperature, landslides, and flooding affect transportation sector assets quite significantly. Extreme temperature can cause buckling of railway lines, damage road pavements. Landslides can block access along roads or railway lines, and can even damage the road or railway line profiles. Flooding can wash away assets or damage road pavements, foundations for roads and railway lines alike. And that creates operational and service disruptions. It increases operations, maintenance, and repair costs. It creates safety hazards and causes long-term degradation and increased lifespan of assets. The same three climate hazards, extreme temperature, landslides, and flooding, can have significant impacts on the energy sector as well. So you see that extreme temperatures are associated with wildfire risk. They require more water cooling for thermal plants. They increase energy demand. And landslides create physical damage to assets and contaminate water, affecting hydropower facilities and water quality. Flooding also causes physical damage to energy-related assets, such as wind farms, hydropower facilities, power plants, and transmission networks. Transmission networks are particularly vulnerable to flooding, but the impact to the society is much more substantial. By the same token, these hazards, the effects on PPPs are the same. They cause operational service disruptions, they increase operations, maintenance, and repair costs, create safety hazards, and result in long-term degradation and decreased lifespan of assets. So by addressing climate risks, we are avoiding repair costs. We are increasing the lifespan of assets. We're reducing service interruptions. And we are also generating co-benefits that resilient solutions bring to the project and the broader social and natural environment. By co-benefits, we mean those secondary benefits that are not necessarily the key purpose of the project, but arise nonetheless. Examples include benefits to other non-project infrastructure, benefits to livelihoods coming from flood protection, and ecosystem services provided by nature-based solutions. Furthermore, financing is an increasing driver of addressing climate risks in the sense that climate proofing and hazard mitigation is increasingly required as part of financing and funding mechanisms. Therefore, tying financing to investments that meet those specific criteria. Excuse me. Now, let's look at a few key terms, beginning from weather versus climate, right? So the key difference between weather and climate is the time scale. Weather changes quickly from one moment to the next and over short distances. Climate, on the other hand, changes more slowly. Climate does not change from one day to the next, right? The Gambia or Malawi, where most of you are located, does not have a warm tropical climate today and a cold Arctic climate tomorrow. But maybe in 100 years, the Gambia or Malawi will have a semi-arid climate, like parts of sub-Saharan Africa. When we're talking about those long-term patterns, we use the term climate. Other key terms are climate mitigation and climate adaptation. So climate change mitigation is what we do to prevent climate change from happening in the first place. In contrast, climate change adaptation or climate adaptation is about dealing with the consequences of that climate change. So you see two examples there. A climate mitigation project could be the construction of a solar panel farm to replace diesel-powered electricity generators, thereby reducing the extent of carbon emissions into the atmosphere. In contrast, a climate adaptation project could be the construction of additional culverts under a road to deal with the forecast increase in rainfall intensity in the future. Another key term is climate resilience. And climate resilience refers to the capacity of those systems, social, economic, and environmental, to cope with climate hazards, right? So, for example, a road can be termed, we can call a road climate resilient if vehicles can continue to use it safely and it does not incur damage when exposed to plausible future climate conditions such as extremely high temperatures or extreme flooding. Climate risk is another key concept to take into consideration. Risk is the potential for adverse consequences to people, livelihoods, health and well-being, ecosystems and species, economic, social, and cultural services, and infrastructure. Risk is what we expect might happen, right? In mathematical terms, risk are the expected losses from a hazard, right? It's a function of the hazard itself, the vulnerability, and the exposure. This practically means that, let's take, for example, a flood. A flood is a hazard. If a flood happens in part in that part of the Sahara Desert where there are no cities, where there are no human settlements, right? Where there's nothing, then nothing bad is going to happen because nothing is exposed to that hazard. Now, if that same flood happens in the middle of a city, then some assets, people's homes, for example, are exposed to the hazard. So we're talking about hazard and exposure to that hazard. If those homes are built to withstand the flood, then they are not vulnerable, in which case the risk or the expected losses is minimal. If, on the other hand, these homes or businesses or buildings or infrastructure are not built to withstand the flood, then they are vulnerable, and then the risk or the expected losses will be much higher, right? Another key concept here is the different kinds of infrastructure, right? We have gray infrastructure, which refers to things that are built up, engineered, and physical structures. They're often made of concrete or other long-lasting materials. We have green infrastructure, which involves healthy and well-functioning biophysical systems, primarily related to green spaces. And we have blue infrastructure, which is also characterized by biophysical systems, but primarily related to water. In other words, blue infrastructure is green infrastructure for the water. Understanding that the natural environment is powerful, would rather utilize that strength instead of fighting against it. The idea is to tap back into the traditional knowledge instead of building against it. And in this slide, you see an example of progressively achieving the same objective of protecting a location behind a seawall with nature-based solutions. And you see that there are different options of using nature-based solutions. There are different combinations of green-gray solutions. There's different hybrid options, in other words. That implies that nature-based solutions can be adapted to multiple locations and multiple contexts. Last, in May of 2024, GCA released an update of the handbook called the Climate Resilient Infrastructure Handbook, called the CRIO Handbook for short. Now, the O in CRIO stems from the title of the previous edition of the handbook, which was called the Climate Resilient Infrastructure Officer Handbook. The handbook is available in digital format and electronic format in your documents. You probably have received it already, and if you have not received it, it's available for download on GCA's website. It's freely available, so you don't have to pay anything for that. The handbook sets out a framework for incorporating climate resilience into public-private partnerships, and we're going to make reference to it throughout the masterclass. In the graphic at the right of the slide from the updated handbook, you can see across the top the phases of a typical PPP project, notably the project identification phase, project appraisal phase, tender and award phase, and contract management phase. The handbook forms the basis of the masterclass, so we'll be referring frequently to that, to the graphic as we go through the presentations. The handbook was written specifically for PPPs, but the concepts are generally applicable to all infrastructure development forms, not just PPPs. So, in a nutshell, there is an infrastructure gap. We need to address it. Global climate change is happening. It is real. It's not a hoax. In Africa, climate hazards are actually impacting infrastructure. There are various economic and social benefits in addressing climate risks. And we also discussed risk as a combination of hazard, exposure, and vulnerability, and emphasized on the use of the handbook as a resource that's available for everybody to use. Thank you very much for your attention. I will answer any questions you have put in the chat shortly. In the meantime, I'm passing the floor to Nazma. Nazma, thank you very much for taking the relay. And I'll be back with you in a couple of hours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. Okay, so. Let me know if you're able to see my screen, Katie.
Yes, it's perfect.
Thank you so much. All right, so we are moving on into the next module, in which is part of the refresh on the masterclass in how to integrate climate resilience into the PPP life cycle. And I'm gonna walk you through this presentation. It's gonna be short, so we're in time. Okay, so we already touched a bit base of what is PPP, what is climate resilience, the gap in terms of infrastructure, but also we already touched base on the a bit of what does it look like when we talk a bit about greenhouse emission and all that in between. So on this module, we're going to be discussing on the introduction of PPP life cycle, in which now we are diving deeper into how does the PPP project life cycle looks like, and how can we be able to integrate climate resilience into each of the PPP life cycle phases. So like other African countries, each country has its own regulation, or I'll say the PPP regulation or act or policy, similar to Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Malawi, and the Gambia has no different on this one as well. So for the Gambia, the first enacted climate PPP act was started in 2021, but for the case of Malawi, it was 2011. But also it was improved in 2023, where they had their own PPP policy. So what does it include in terms of the phases of PPP project cycle when it comes to the Gambia or similar African countries? And here now we are looking at the first part of the project, or the first phase is the project inception, in which it's similar to mostly when it's project identification, inception phase for Malawi. And then second one is the feasibility study, in which now you dive more into the project, understanding more into the cost and benefits, what's the commercial viability, economic viability, and technical viability of the project. And then you move on into the procurement, in which we'll discuss further later as we move along on the modules, where we recruit in our private partner whom we will be working with throughout the life cycle of the project. And then it's going to be the contracting part, where now we already selected a private partner through a rigorous process or systematic process. Now we are moving into the contract. Now we sign a contract in terms of construction. It could be an for infrastructure project or implementation of a specific project if it's a different or any other project apart from infrastructure. And then after now the implementation of the project, now we already constructed the road or the railway, an example. Now we are implementing the project itself, because we already seen that the PPP project or contract use a long-term agreement between the private sector and the public sector in implementing a specific project. And then on the last party on that is the management and review, in which it's usually the management phase of the project, but also review and also handover process. So similarly, like how we are seeing these phases, it's going to be globally, we have a specific guideline when it comes to PPP project life cycle. And these are the information which you can find on the GCA Climate Resilience Infrastructure Handbook, but also you can find it into the World Bank and other development partners. And on that one now, here we are looking on the project identification, which is similar to the project inception phase, in which usually it depends on you identify a project that, for instance, I want to build a road from point A to point B, then you already identify that I want to do this project. But then during this time on a project identification, there are a couple of activities that could be done in terms of aligning with the country's development plans. For the case of Tanzania, you could align with the 2050 vision. In the cases of other African countries, it could be the infrastructure pipeline and other consideration. But also the second one is the project applies or stage or phase, in which on the project applies or stage. Now here we find the project. You already identify a project into the identification phase. Now here you are looking, or you're diving deeper into understanding the commercial, economic, and technical feasibility of the project, but also defining the scope of the project. Since you now already understand, okay, this are the pipeline of the government, or this is the project, this somehow kind of information that you need for that specific location of the project to identify the location. And then the third one is the tendering and award phase, in which on the tendering and award phase, now here you go into a systematic process where you identify who is the right partner to work with you, or who is the right private party in which you will be working with throughout the project life cycle. And then the first one, or the last phase, is the contract management phase. Now we already signed a contract, we already identify. Now we're signing a contract with the private party in order, but also implement the project. And then during on this phase, that's when the handover process comes into life as well. So we already discussed a bit about the PPP project life cycle in terms of the country in specific, the Gambia and Malawi, but also globally the phases of PPP project. Now let's dive deeper into how do we mainstream climate resiliency on each of these stages, or on every phase of the project. So on the first phase of the project, On the first phase of the project, now here it's an opportunity to align, as I already discussed earlier. It's a bit an opportunity to align with the infrastructure pipeline. As I have talked, each government has their own development plans, but also they have their own vision when it comes to infrastructure, or what are the trends in terms of the infrastructure sector. What does the government align or wants to implement in the next 5 years? So aligning a project into this or giving an opportunity to understand all this is very important, because you don't want to be developing a project where you are not sure if the government will be able to support, or there is the financial to actually support the project. But also when it comes to climate resilience, now here you're checking, does the project align with the national adaptation plans, the NAPs, but also does it align with the national determinant contributions of that specific country. And usually it can be under the Ministry of Finance, it could be under, for instance, in the case of Tanzania, it's under the Vice President office. And then what activity, when it comes to climate resiliency, mainstreaming into the project identification phase. Now here you're doing only a high level, or you're undertaking a high level climate screening, where now you understand, I want to develop a road from point A to point B. What are the risks in that specific location that I have identified to develop a road, or to build a road, or to build a water infrastructure? It could be energy infrastructure as well. Depends on which infrastructure you're trying to build. What are the risks? Now here you only identify the risks that are variable on that specific location. And the best way to go about it is actually to go into the community or involve a lot of stakeholders in order to understand. There could be another ministry, let's say the Ministry of Works or the Ministry of Transport have done a similar project on that area, so they could be able to inform you on that one. And then on the second one, which is the project applies or phase, here now it's an opportunity for stakeholder engagement. Now you go into the ground, understand and engage with the stakeholder to understand what the kind of risk that are variable on that stage, what's in previous project implementation or other, let's say, infrastructure, government agencies or public agencies, what have they done in order to rectify or work into those climate resilience? Now here they'll give you a bit of information on what are the climate resilience measures that you could be able to check when you have picked that location. But also an engagement which can inform you about the climate risk assessment on that specific area, but also what are the resilience options, as I've already discussed. What are the activity on this phase when it comes to climate resilience? Now here we undertake, now as we move forward from the project identification to the projective phase, now here we dive deeper into getting more details in terms of some of the risks that was identified. So we undertake climate risk assessment. Now we understand these are the risks, but also we'll be able to identify and prioritize the resiliency measures or resilience options that we can be able to use in order to rectify some of the challenges or climate risks that have been identified during stakeholder engagement. It could be understanding from the previous experience, but also the available data that are on some government agencies, but also international agencies as well. And also the third one on the tender and award phase. Now here's an opportunity for dialogue between the private sector, and usually the first bear in mind, the first phase and the second phase are mostly on the public side or the public party doing most of the work. And then during the tendering and award phase, that's when the private sector now comes into the picture. And here now you'll be able to understand in dialogue or discuss with the private sector in terms of a risk allocation, who's going to be bearing the risk when it comes to challenges of climate resilience, or some of the climate risks that has been identified on the process phase and the identification phase, but also with the aim to prepare climate impact further down on the implementation of the project. And what are the activity now when it comes to climate resilience? So what is the private party and public party can be able to work in together on this one. So here now you understand about the allocation of climate risk. Again, I was spoken about that to define climate resiliency performance requirements. Now here now you're setting some of the rules and regulation, some of the rules and needs that the private sector needs to meet when it comes to implementing on climate change, but also climate adjustment. Creating adjustment mechanism for climate events. We know some events can be controllable or some events can be under the control of the private party and the government party, and some of others that are not under control. So during these kind of challenges, what are the mechanisms that has been put in place in order to be able to benefit to bring a win-win situation for both private and public party as well? And then the third one is the setting climate evaluation criteria. Now here we already talked a bit about during the tender and award phase. Now there is a lot of process that will go into this phase, in which down the line we'll be able to discuss them. So, but again, when it comes to climate resilience, when selecting a private party, what are the criteria that we have put in place in order to achieve what we have set out to, or to be able to, I'll say in an easy way, how do we be able to reach a good, or selecting a good private party who will be able to take over the project? And some of the criteria that will be put in place, or some of the evaluation criteria that we put in place, could be their approach when it comes to climate resiliency, and the quality of some of these bidders could be based on their approach when it comes to climate resiliency. What are the solution and they're offering? Are they including nature-based solution or for climate risk that has been identified? What are the solutions are they coming up with? And also the last part is the proof project design, in which usually it's very important to include at the earliest stage. You already selected the private party, they come with a design, let's say for the infrastructure or specific infrastructure. What are the resiliency measures they have put from when they're designing the project? So let's say the blueprint of an infrastructure project, what resilience measure have they put from the earliest stage to that point? And then the last on the list is the tendering and award phase, in which now here's an opportunity to monitor and evaluate some of the resiliency, was the resiliency to climate risky, but also being able to include that it should be able to be carried over during the handover of the project, or but also to be able to bring out the benefits or the potential benefits and impact on that specific asset. So it's very important. And what are the activities when it comes to climate resilience mainstreaming in this phase? Now here we already looked a bit about some of the criteria, some of the requirements that we need on that specific project. On this phase now, we are picking what we have decided on the tendering and award and implement them on this phase. And here now we are looking at 5 things to consider, or some of the 5 activities that we'll be considering is the implementation of resilience measure, in which you already identified them. Now here we're implementing them. The second one is climate proof operation. Now you remember we talked a bit about them having a climate proof from the project design. Now what are carrying forward during operation of the project or during implementation of the project? What the climate proof are they bringing in? And then the third one is maintaining and monitor and evaluate climate resiliency performance requirement, which was set during the tendering and award. Now here we are monitoring and evaluating if the private party is meeting what was written on their contract, but what was written during the tendering and award phase or processes or phase. But also the third one is now, we already talked a bit about some of the adjustment events or some of the events that are not controlled by the private party and the public party. Now, during this time, there could be things that we'll be able to include on the contract, but also being able to implement. How do we deal with contractual changes when it comes to climate-related issues? And now here we comes in deal with climate-related contractual changes. When during a first measure event, what are the things we need to consider when it comes to contract changes or flexibility of the contract. Is it open to change some of the things or the payment mechanism? These are very, very important to be able to include into or during some of the activity during the contract and management phase. And then the last one on the list is incorporate climate resiliency during the handover process of the during the handover resiliency in the transfer and handover of the project. So how do we carry what has been implemented during the first one, phase 2, which is the appraisal phase, the tendering and award, and carry it over even after the concessions contract has ended between the private party and the public party? How do we carry them over? Again, without forgetting, there are key issues that will arise during the phase 1, from phase 1 to phase 4, in which are very, very important. And now here included the gender consideration, decision making during a certain time, stakeholder engagement, which could happen in all the phases, nature-based solution. It could be identified at the earliest stage as when you identify a project up to when you're implementing the project. So now, after we have discussed about the mainstreaming of climate resilience at every phase, what are the key objectives per phase? What are the objectives? What are the aim of each of these phases? So on the project identification phase, now here we're looking at, okay, we already identify a project, but is it a good project? Is it necessary to be under PPP? Now we are determining whether the project is, what are the socio-economic benefits of, and many of the financial viability of this project. Is it feasible to be done? Do we have the fund to invest? Even if we have a private party, what is the government budget when it comes to this infrastructure project? But again, it could be, is it important to be under PPP contract, or it could go to the traditional procurement processes? So on the first phase on project identification, these are the things that we'll be looking at. But when we move into the project appraisal phase, now here we are refining the scope of the work after understanding the socioeconomic benefits of this project, and then we have decided, yes, this is a good project, and then we can take it under PPP contractual agreement between the private party. And also we have checked on the financial feasibility of this project. Now here we refine the scope of the project by including some of the things that we didn't consider when we were identifying this project, such as the economic viability, the commercial viability of this project, by also its aims to fully analyze the scope, fully analyze the cost and benefit of doing this project for the on the social party, but also on the commercial part as well. But also as well as whether the commercial and technical viability, is it feasible, is it viable to be doing this project? But when we move into the tendering and award phase, now here we're giving the project the best chance of success by appointing a private party, in which I already talked a bit about this from the first slide up to now. How do we select a private partner who can be able to work on this project, to implement this project? But not only selecting a private party, but also selecting them into the best terms possible, which is going to be a win-win situation for both the private party and the public party as well. And also the last one on the list, the aim is to evaluate, to execute the contract to ensure that the project serves its purpose. We aimed to build a road which is going to serve a specific community. Now, during the contractor management, is this project, or to ensure that this project actually meets the needs or the objective of the project from the earliest stage. As we know, the public party is usually to implement a project for the good of the community or the public at large. All right. Now, how does incorporating climate resilience affect the aim of each of these phases? So on the project identification, again, the aim is to assess the high level of project exposure to climate hazard, as well as to be able to understand the project ability to protect or to create resilience through this infrastructure. So it's very, very important to be able to understand what are your project exposure when it comes to hazard or climate risk, but also how does the infrastructure able to protect itself from this hazard. The second one, which is on the project applies, is fully assess the economic and commercial and technical viability or feasibility under different climatic scenario. Now we already identify some of these economic, commercial, and technical viability or feasibility of the project. Now, under different climate scenarios, we could have different options or different packages when it comes to climate resilience. Now, under these different climate resilience solution that we have created for this specific project, what are the costs? And also, how do we integrate this cost into the climate resilience or into the cost estimate of the project? Let's say we are thinking of a nature-based solution for a railway line from point A to point B. Now, in terms of what are these costs or implementing the nature-based solution, but is it the only solution? What are other packages or resiliency packages that you could be able to use, which can be cost-effective, or it could be expensive, but it could add a positive or a good impact onto that project, or the nature-based solution we are actually going for? Is it able to increase, or is it able to go with the specific project? But also, what are the cost estimates in terms of that? So understanding this as a early stage, you could give a bit of a picture on how you can be able to tweak what solution you take. And then the third one is to incentivize bidders to include climate resiliency. And again, I already talked about this and their approach when it comes to climate resilience and quality of each bidder based on their approach when it comes to climate resilience. It also aims to decide how to manage climate risk in the contract, the climate allocation concept over and over again. It's shown on this one as well. But also the last one is to manage climate risk in the contractual, including possible of adjustment in the force majeure events, insurance liability, contract flexibility, and many more as well. So what are the key activity pathways? And as we have talked a bit about what is the role now of the public party and what is the role of the private party. Now we are talking a bit what activity can the private party do and the public party as well do. As we already spoke a bit on the project identification, conducting high-level economic analysis, conducting high-level financial pre-feasibility studies, screen the project for PPP suitability, and then on the project applies. So here now we conduct technical feasibility, conduct economic feasibility, cost-benefit analysis, a CBA, conduct financial feasibility study, or the business case analysis, conduct the environment and social impact assessment, ESI, but also conduct value for money, in which has been spoken by George as well in the previous module. Then on the tendering award, we developed the procurement document, in which is RFQ, RFP, and it should be spoken earlier, deep into the next slide or the next module. Develop draft of PPP contract, including performance specification, conducted the RFQ processes and shortlist bidders, but also conducted RFP processes, evaluate proposal, and select applicable private party. And now here, the contract management enforced performance mechanism. Again, we have spoken about this. How do we enforce now the requirement or the performance requirement that has put into the document or the contract? How now do we enforce them? But also manage supervening event, include the force majeure and the rest as well. Now, the private part comes into the picture during the tendering and award phase. And now, here we look at what does the private party do on this key activity they need to do in each of these phases, or the two phases that are left. But the first one is interacting with the public party during consultations of RFQ and RFP stages to define the scope, develop bid proposal, interact with public party on draft of PPP contract, including performance specification, finalize the PPP contract, and reach commercial and financial closure. And then on the first, we say the contract management, deliver contract requirements as specified in the contract document, consult with the public party to manage any supervening event, including the force majeure and the other events as well, consult with the public party to change contract terms as appropriate during uncertainty time. Now, we already spoke a bit about key activity of the private party. Now, how does the key activity when it comes to climate resilience, how do we include that on each of the phases. Now, we spoke about the project identification. Project applies is usually part of the public party. Now, the PPP unit or the PPP the PPP unit and the PPP center. These are some of the activities that they will be able to do, but also include the climate resiliency PPP. So the first one on the PPP part of the public party is copying the project, conducting high-level assessment of the technical, socio-economic, and financial viability of the project. When it comes to climate resiliency, is copying the resiliency impact of the project, conducting high-level climate screening. We already spoke about this. Assessing the technical, socio-economic, and technical feasibility under different climate scenarios. But then when it comes to project applies, now here we define the scope. Again, we already talked a bit about. I'm going to concentrate on the climate resilience. So for public party, you're conducting a detailed climate risk analysis under possible future scenarios, while conducting a detailed technical and socio-economic financial analysis considering the climate risk. Now, where now the private party comes into during the tendering and award. For public party, when it comes to climate resilience, now here we are looking at conducting dialogue with private party to define the climate resilience specification, evaluate proposal for climate resilience, inclusion into the proposal or into the document that they have submitted, and we can be able to evaluate and select a bidder in according to the financial to the approach when it comes to climate resilience. But the private party now here is conducting dialogue with the public sector to refine climate resilience specification, again, create a proposal to meeting the requirement of climate resilience specification as introduced by the public party, and introducing innovation when it comes to climate resilience into this one. And the last on the list is the delivery of contract, setting up protocols for managing increased changes due to climate risk, considering adjustment due to force majeure, insurance and liability of the contract, monitoring and evaluate climate resilience, set up during the tendering and award phase, delivering for the private party now, delivering climate resilience contract requirements as set up or when they're signing the document, monitoring the change of climate and changing climate and reflecting on the infrastructure, liaising with the public party over any supervening event, including force majeure and all. So one thing I want to note on all these phases or what we have discussed over the few slides that we have went through, or the four main buckets to remember, is as we move forward from the project identification up to the contract management, we are on the first part of project identification. Now here we do more high level, more identifying of some of these climate risks, but as we move forward into the second phase, third phase, and fourth phase, now here we are doing now more details, identifying, checking what are the possible solutions we can be able to go with, but also including climate risk in the social and economic and financial and technical feasibility studies. It's very, very important, but also it could be able to shape how the project will flow. So as you move from the highest level of climate screening, you need to go deeper into identifying some of the solutions that could be able to be used as you move forward into the next phases. Look up on this one, or integrating climate resilience into the PPP life cycle. The first one is the things you need to consider is climate resilience can be incorporated into every stage of the PPP project. And the second one is key to this is to conduct in-depth climate risk assessment at the earliest stage, so you can be able to do less while during your implementation, or when you are working with a private party, you can be able to highlight some of the things that you have found out, or even during stakeholder engagement, you can be able to do actually be able to implement some of the resilience that was spoken during the first and the second stage. The last one on the list is both private and public parties should be motivated to consider climate risk and be able to implement it during their project phases, on each of the phases of the project. All right, so question and answer on this one. All right, I know I've taken a bit of a time, Kate.
Thank you very much, Nazma. If you're able to stop sharing your screen, that would be amazing.
Yes, just a moment.
Thank you. So if anyone has any questions for Nazma, I think it might be best if you write them in the chat box, and she'll be able to respond with considered answers, and any of the other instructors will also be able to come in on your questions. So now we'll just take a short break of about 13 minutes. So please do feel free to take refreshment, whatever you need, and we will join back on this call in about 13 minutes. So that will be 10 minutes to the hour. I know in the Gambia it's about 9:37. So in the Gambia we'll come back at 9:50. In Malawi it'll be 11:50, I believe. So see you then. I'll pause the recording. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Just wait a moment for everyone to come back online after the break. Excellent. As George mentioned, we're quite condensed today, so we won't be wasting any time. So we'll move on to our next presentation. So Annette, you will be taking us through module 2A, I believe. We're just running 10 minutes over time, which is absolutely fine. So you will still have 40 minutes to do your module, Annette. If you could finish around 11:30, that would be excellent. I say 11:30 GMT, 30:30 the next hour, whatever it is for you, Annette. Excellent. Okay, please, Annette, take it away.
Thanks, Katie. Welcome back, everyone, from the break. If you can hear me, please give me thumbs up so that I know I have an audience. Oh, thanks, Martha. Yes, well, yes. I'm happy you are, most of you are back, so we can dive into our next module, which is about risk assessment. So allow me share the screen. Yeah. My screen I've shared. Katie, is it clear? Okay,
yes.
Thanks.
Great.
Thanks for the feedback. So our next module, we are looking at, sorry. Yeah, this is our module, but basically we are looking at climate resilience. But before that, we are going to have a recap on what we have done so far. We have looked at the need for the to address the infrastructure gap, because we have all, I hope by now we all appreciate that there is a big infrastructure gap we need to address. Then we have looked at global climate change. I believe by now we all appreciate that it's real and it's happening. We have also looked at climate hazards are impacting infrastructure, which is a fact. So we have looked at the economic and social benefits in addressing climate risks, then the risk function, and then the CRIO book, which is available as a resource for your reference. I would request that for now you don't look at the CRIO book, but focus on our discussion so that you don't get distracted. So we are looking at Allow me try to organize my screen. I see. I'm not reading everything on my screen.
We can see the slide perfectly, Annette. So from our end, it's excellent.
On your side, yes. On my side, they have moved. Thank you. So the screen is about illustration of climate risk terms through examples. And we are going to, the example we are looking at is the extreme temperature and the road. The hazard being the extreme temperature and how does it affect the load. We are looking at if the load, which is the asset, is exposed to the high temperature or the extreme temperature, it is likely to be vulnerable, and which means the level of vulnerability will depend on the sensitivity, how the load is sensitive to the high temperature and its capacity to adapt. So these are some of the terms like hazard, which we've already looked at, asset, climate risk, exposure, sensitivity, adaptive capacity, and vulnerability, which we should get used to, because these are the common words we shall be looking at as we go along. Yes. So alignment with national policies and development goals, we've looked at that, which NASMA has just covered. Then we move on to look at climate resilience. Also, we've looked at integrating climate resilience into PP life cycle. And so now we dive into our module we are looking at, which is about risk assessment. And we are looking at incorporating climate risk resilience in the project identification phase of the PP. So our session objectives are here. I'll not go through one by one. You'll be able to read through them. So this is our course outline. For this specific module, we shall look at the principles on climate risk. We shall look at project identification phase and the high-level risk screening exercise. So what we are saying is influence of climate change on climate risk. The key fact here is that every change in the climate changes the climate risk. For example, with the example we are seeing here, the graph, a small shift makes a big difference. Looking at the solid curve, which is the new climate change, and the dotted curve, we look at when a small shift in the coldness or the weather, how it is creating a big change in the temperature. Then it becomes extremely hot. So one point we need to note is that every change in the climate, any shift creates a very big impact in terms of the risk. And so if the cold weather changes to a bit, then it creates a very big impact in terms of hot temperatures, as you can see on the graph. So climate risk or climate change risk. Climate risk means we are looking at the current risk, but when we talk of the climate change risk, it's going to be our focus, because we are saying as we anticipate climate change due to the factors we've looked at, like the greenhouse gas emissions, we are likely to change the risk. If there was a level of temperature, say, because when you recall what we've looked at in the morning about the concentration pathways, if there is a shift in the temperatures, then there is likely to be a shift in the risk. And so we have two projects here where we already see that the climate existing climate risk is already, as our baseline, there is already a very high risk, which is climate risk. And looking at the future scenarios, the concentration pathway, the scenarios we looked at, and the socioeconomic pathways, we are seeing that there won't be much change in the risk with the project A, but with project B, there is likely to be much change in the climate risk. And so what does that mean? You could share your experiences or your knowledge in the chat. What does it mean if for one project the risks are already high and any change in the climate will create a minimal change in the climate risk, but with project B the risks are not so high, but any change is likely to increase the level of the risk. Okay, I'll be happy to see your views in the chat. So when to assess and address climate risks? We've already talked about the climate risks, the change in climate change, and we are saying when to assess and address climate risk. When is the right time to assess and the right time to address? So we shall look at this. As we've said, as you look at this, it shows that under all phases of the project, it's very important to assess the risks and to address them. But our focus is going to be on project identification phase, which is the initial stage of the project. And we shall be looking at how to undertake high-level climate screening. So we are looking at traditional project cycle. The traditional project cycle looks at the feasibility scoping and feasibility, detailed design, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. And the PP project life cycle looks at project identification, project appraisal, tender and award, and then contract management. When you look at all the processes, they are more or less the same, only it's the terms that change. But our focus is that when you are doing a project, traditional project life cycle, they normally focus on the current risks because it's what the situation is. But in the PPP project cycle, here we are saying we need to look at the current risks, but also look at the project the future risks. So we shall look at that as we go along. So here we are saying at climate screening, which we are going to look at, is done at project identification phase. But also it doesn't, risks assessment doesn't stop there, but we move on at the project appraisal phase till we look at the climate risk assessment, which we are looking at as well later. But at the project appraisal phase, we also look at resilience options. So as we move, we are seeing that ideally climate screening, climate risk assessment, and resilience options, the processes are iterative. At every project phase, you should be able to look at the risks and then come up with resilience options or ways on how to address those risks and why. Of course, this is tailored to a specific project you are handling. If you are handling a load project based on the location and other factors, you will have different resilience options. If it is a power project, probably still you'll have, so risks assessment and coming to resilience options are always tailored to a specific project. So next we are going to dive into project identification stage. Sorry. Yes. At project identification stage, we are answering two big questions. One, is this a good project? That's why we are going to do screening and see whether is this a good project. And then, is it best procured as a PPP? Or we can do it the usual way. So, how do climate scenarios and climate risks impact our answers? Identifying climate risks early allows us to answer some crucial questions about the project. So if we do a climate screening, we should be able to answer these questions because that will depend on whether we can proceed. It will inform our decision on whether we can proceed with the project despite the risks, or whether the project location can be changed to minimize the risk. And as we go along, we shall also look at how to handle, like in another module, we shall be able to look at ways through which we can manage these risks. So we shall be looking at that later, but for now, we are going to focus on these two. Is this a good project, or is it best procured as a PP based on the risks we are going to identify and then available solutions? If we, because the one thing we need to know is that we talked of value for money, so a project should be able to give us value for money for us to be able to proceed. So as we go through this to undertaking the project high screening, the first, there are three stages we're looking at here. Identify climate hazards that could affect the proposed project. Assess the exposure of the project and end user to the identified climate hazards. And also the next step is estimate the impact of hazards on the project and its components. I just want you to reflect, because I know you have all been, you have all experienced hazards in your communities and probably in your work, and you could reflect and see the projects you know and the kind of hazards they have experienced and the exposure levels, as well as the impact that project has had. And probably you could share your experiences in the chat so that we all be able to learn from one another. So as we go through high-level climate screening, one thing we have to we shall be focusing on is the project location. Where is this project? Say, for example, it is a load project. It may be a load project in location A, and there is a load project in location B. They may not suffer the same way. So that one is also important. If it is a power project in location A and in location B, they may not suffer the same way. So the hazards may differ. They may all be load projects, but the location matters a lot. So in risk, in high level climate screening, we focus at the location. And then the hazards that project is likely to experience, and the impact, which is actually the vulnerability, how vulnerable is that project to that hazard, and how is that project exposed to the hazard. So, and then we get the risk score. The risk score is a function. I can say it is a result of the interaction of the three elements. The hazard, there must be a hazard. Then how does the hazard impact on the project? And then how is the project exposed to the hazard? So it's a function of the three. And here we go. So when you look at this, we are saying asset location. I'll give an example of where a project, after project assessment, it's likely to be online if you read about it. In Uganda, we are new in the oil exploration and refining and that business generally. So one time when the assessment was being done on where to have the oil refinery, the first location that was identified was Lamu Port in Kenya. But then after the assessments were done, the high-level risk climate screening, I can say high-level screening was done. I'll not attach it to the word climate because climate factors also came in as a factor. But when that project was assessed, it was realized that the risks were higher by going that side. So when they changed the route, now where the project is going to happen in TZ, Tanzania, sorry about my language, it was realized if it goes to the Tanga port in Tanzania, the risks will be lower. And so after doing high-level screening, the project was moved to Tanzania. So it could be a power project you have experienced or a load project which was going to pass maybe in a certain area. And after looking at the other factors, maybe the terrain of the place, maybe the financial part of it, you realize that this project had to be diverted. But now our focus is on climate resilience. It could be a project that it's a load project, and where it is going to pass, it's a flooding place. And you're like, to be able to manage the flooding, to have a load here that will be able to adapt to the flooding, the current, and looking into the future after climate change likelihood that the risk will go higher. Then you look at the adaptation costs. It will be very hard for you to have that project succeed due to the costs involved in the capex and then the operation throughout the life cycle of the project. So you need to reflect on that and think of the projects could have. So in a simplified way, this is it. The hazard, a risk is a component of the hazard, exposure, vulnerability, and then you get the risk score. So when you look at it, say our location, then you look at the hazard, we shall see how do we quantify these risks. Yes, this is now an example of high screening, identify climate hazard. Here, what do you need for you to be able to do high level screening? Some of the things you need is to get data because you can only be able to estimate and to know about the risks that are available from data. So here you rely on you use publicly available regional or national models and the open source data to be able to know, like, for example, when you look at this example of heat, the source is Global Risk Data Platform. So you should be able to get data to guide you. So the level of detail and data, at this level, we look at the open source data, but when we go into the real assessments, we shall be looking at more detailed data, I would say. So here we look at high-level screening, assessing exposure levels. One thing we have to know is that here we are not very accurate with figures, but we are saying, for example, talk of a load project in a flooding area. We are looking now at flood as a hazard. What are the likely chances? For example, when we were sharing in the morning, we looked like for my city, Kampala, whenever it rains, there are high chances that the city floods. So that means if you are to give a rating, you'd say the level of exposure is high. But if it's moderate, yes, that means high, the hazard is very likely to occur during, here we are talking of construction and operational phase of the project. So if we are talking of a load and it's going to pass in a wetland or a floodplain, chances are very high that during construction and operation phases, there will be exposure. The load will be, the project will be exposed to the hazard, which is now the flood. But if it's a flat place, but which is not so much more for floodplain, it is also it is likely to experience some. It is likely to be exposed to the flood, but in this case it may be medium because the chances are not very high. Sometimes somewhat likely to occur during construction and operational phases of the project. Then when it is low, it means hazard is unlikely to occur. And the value is 1, and here it is 2, medium, and then high, we give it a 3. So the same with impact. Now impact is to do with vulnerability. How severe are the consequences of the hazard? Like yes. So if it say the flood is happening, how severe is it? So if we are saying it is high, we are saying is likely to cause major damage or disruption during construction and operational phase of the project. And if it is medium, we are saying it is likely to cause moderate damage or disruption during construction and operational phase. And if it's low, it's minor or no damage or disruption will be caused. And so in that case, we look at the risk score where we say the risk is a combination of the hazard. Yes, we are saying there is likely to be a flood, so the hazard is there. Now, if the likelihood, which is the exposure, the exposure is high, we give it a 3. And if the impact is also high, maybe it was also 3. That means that the score will be 9, which is 3 times 3. If say the exposure was high, but the impact was medium, then it is going to get a 3 times 2, which gives you a score of 6. And here we are saying the results we get is what will determine whether we proceed with the project or not. For example, in this case, whether we want to proceed with the project despite the potential risks. If our score is, say, 9, in the chat, how many of you think we should proceed with the project? What decision should we take? Should we proceed or we shouldn't proceed? Your answer could be a yes or a no in the chat. That's the first question, if the score was 9. And if the score was 3, should we proceed with the project or we shouldn't? And why? Probably you could support your answer by saying why. Because we are saying high screening helps us to answer 2 questions. One, is this a good project? So 1, if it's a 9, is it a good project? Can we proceed with the project? So it will help us to know, after getting that score, we should be able to know whether to proceed with the project and then whether the project location or scope needs to be changed. Like the example I gave you where the project was changed, the route, the location had to change, and whether climate risk impacts the decisions to pursue the projects as a PP. This is where I also now make a decision and say, can we do this project as PP? As we know that public-private partnership, the public is responsible for screening what we are doing, but then the private sector always also assesses the risks at different levels. So if the risks are so high, chances are, if there are no ways of mitigating them, then it's not a good thing to have the project as a PP. Probably for government may have no alternative, but be able to find ways of managing the risks and be able to do, because it depends now on the project. I could say if it was a location, hard to reach location, and you have to take there like a power project, you may look at, do we do solar off grid? Do we do the grid where we have to run the lines from far distances? Then you find the cost, the capex may be very high, but because it's a service to the community and it's a crucial service, then the government will have to proceed. But in that case, you may find it may be very hard to be managed under PPPs arrangement. So the generic risk assessment, that's it, as you can see on the screen. We look at the description, risk description, and the example I gave you falls under the generic, because here we are not focusing only on the climate risks, but we are focusing on general risks. So we look at the risk description, the likelihood, the consequence, which is the damage. Of course, the likelihood is exposure, and then the risk rating, the risk mitigation actions, and then the remaining residue rating. Here at the high level climate screening, you can see the processes are the same, but it's the language that changes, where we look at the climate hazard, because we are looking at if climate changes, how does the risk change? So the risk is in relation, in regards to the climate. And then you see the processes are all the same. And the final, what we get is the risk impact, the residual impact. Yeah. So climate risk assessment, asset type, risk description, hazard score, vulnerability, which is impact, then risk impact, which is the function of C and D, where C is the hazard score, and then here we are looking now at assessment, which we said it requires more details, and in our next module we shall be able to see how those details come about. So additional considerations. One, like I said, is data. So you need data to be able to understand historical data, how things have been happening, what are the likely hazards that happen in the area, and how things have been unfolding. Because with climate change, it has been gradual. Temperatures rising, droughts starting, then we start getting prolonged droughts. So you need that data. Another consideration is on the broader resilience, where we looked at it earlier, that we look at resilience of infrastructure, which now is a high-level screening of the climate hazard that the infrastructure project could be exposed to, and the ways in which the project design would improve resilience of the infrastructure. Here we are saying infrastructure design, resilience should be at the level of design, but the resilience is focusing on the asset itself. Then there's also resilience through infrastructure, how this infrastructure is likely a high-level risk screening of the proposed area in which the infrastructure is to be situated, as well as the community and end user, to identify how project infrastructure can make the surrounding area community more resilient to the climate hazards. So here we are looking at the community, the end users, and the environment in general, the ecosystem, how to be made better through the infrastructure. For example, like when I said it could be hard to reach area, but you are looking at taking there that infrastructure for the benefit of the community. Yes. Now through infrastructure, we are looking at 3 questions. One is absorptive capacity. Does the project increase the system's ability to absorb the impacts of climate change? and minimize its consequences. Another thing is when adaptive capacity. Does the project increase the system's ability to adjust climate impacts by undergoing changes? So we are saying that how does this project increase the system's ability? The system could be the ecosystem, including the community, the people, and the environment. How does this project increase their capacity to adjust? And then recovery and restoration capacity. Does the project support the system's ability to return to normal or improved operations and systems reliability after an impact? For example, how does the system recover like after a flood? You could build a road in a flood-prone place, but you are looking at the materials we are going to use for this infrastructure that because sometimes when flooding happens, I see in our city, you find transport is paralyzed, people can't move because of the flooding on the road. But you could build a road, for example, with the materials like that absorb the water, that immediately after flooding, after maybe the heavy downpour, the water is absorbed and the situation is normalized. So the infrastructure bounces back quicker and it is able to continue offering the services it's meant to. So another consideration we look at is stakeholder engagement. You need to map key stakeholders, know who are these stakeholders you need. They could be environmentalists, they could be government officials, climate experts, and of course, without forgetting their communities, because the earlier you engage the communities, the better for many reasons. But one is you should be able to get the insights. And even when we are talking of data, you can only get data from people who have been in the area, who have experience with the climate changes, who have seen things change over the years or over the period, and they should be able to, so you should be able to bring them on board. And secondly, another benefit could be that if the communities are involved, then you promote ownership and they will feel they are part of the project, and then that will promote project sustainability, because at the end of the day, that project is meant to benefit the community. So for example, if it is like a toll road, you want to construct a road, but you are looking at it because you are doing it under PPPs, the government doesn't have enough resources, but you are bringing in PPPs to ensure that that community gets a road. If people are part of the project, then you promote willingness to pay for the infrastructure. And then they will own it, and therefore its sustainability will be achieved over the years. So by bringing them on board, you'll be able to understand their interests, their concerns, and influence as well. Yes, terms of reference. Katie, if I may ask, how am I doing in terms of time? I have 3 minutes to go.
Absolutely. So
yes, let me wind up.
Sorry, Annette. So if you can finish in the next 5 minutes, that would be great. And just to confirm, you just
that's what I'm
have
trying.
two more slides left, because we won't be going through the high level climate screening today.
Yes.
Yes, excellent. Thanks.
Thanks too. So another consideration is terms of reference, and we all know that the terms of reference normally they act as what can I say? They are the ones that actually will be used as for the whoever is involved in the project to be able to understand what is required of the project. So these are procurement options that the procurement people have to look at. But all that, those are additional things you have to consider in this high-level climate screening. So we shall not go into details of this, but the framework is there in the CRIO book on page 19 to 53. These pages may not be exactly, but because the book was revised, so you may, but you are just, I'm just assuring you that when you read this book, you should be able to get the framework. Yes. So for the recap, project identification phase, we should be asking, is this a good project? Like I said, should it be pursued as a PP? Now, those are the decisions you need to make after you have done high-level screening. And then after, if it is a yes, it's a good project, yes, we can pursue it under PPE, then you proceed to the next phases of the project as we've looked at and as we continue to look at them. High-level screening of climate hazards identifies which hazards are significant to a project. Then early stage screening should look at resilience of infrastructure and resilience through infrastructure. Like we've said, how resilient is the infrastructure itself, the asset? How is it resilient to the climate changes or climate risks? And then the communities, the people, the environment, how are you building their resilience through this project? Okay, with that, allow me to stop here and I hand over to Katie, but if you have any questions, I'm ready to dive in. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Annette. If you have any questions for Annette, please put them in the meeting chat and she or one of the other instructors can get back to you. Okay, great. Excellent. We have next module 2B, which is also around risk assessments, but incorporating climate resilience into the appraisal phase of PPPs. So we have Professor Sergian Fo from UCAD. Professor, would you mind introducing yourself? Because you we've already done a round of introductions at the beginning, but it'd be great if everyone can hear a few words from you around who you are and your background.
Hello.
Hello, we
Do
can
you
hear
hear
you.
me?
Yes. We can also see
Okay.
your slides, Professor, but they're not in presentation mode just yet. So maybe after your
Well,
introduction, you can put them into
all right.
presentation
Okay.
mode. Great.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kathy. So, hello. Hi, everyone. I was a bit late because the session started at 8 and you know that in Dakar, the traffic jam at 8 o'clock is real hard. So my name is Professor Serine Faye. I'm a full professor at the University Cheikh Anta Diop of Dakar, and my background is I'm a geologist engineer first before getting to water resources is my PhD, and where I was for this last 30 years as a researcher. So especially going into dealing with groundwater resource management. And in recent year, I was a bit shifting to governance and vulnerability and adaptation. And I was conducting as a principal investigator a recent project on transport infrastructure adaptation with regard to climate change in Dakar, the whole system of transport infrastructure in Dakar, which was financed by GCA. This project ended last year. And within this project, I organized 2 masterclass in Dakar, and also I attended 2 masterclass in the Netherlands. And recently also the GCA invited me to animate a masterclass in Togo, and means that I'm getting used to this kind of session. And they give me this opportunity to to present this second modules, the modules 2B on risk assessment, incorporating climate resilience in the appraisal phase of PPPs. I'm a bit sorry for my French accent. I know that my Gambian colleagues do understand well because we are in the same culture. So you will see that some of the slides were already presented by Nasma and Annette. I will just go through very quickly on those, and we'll insist what really is the core of these modules. So I will go into presentation mode. So this was done. This was a repack. This was done by Annette and Nasma. I won't be going through these processes with these 3 stages. Stage 1 on good project, how to evaluate it and how to link it with PPP. In second stage is high level screening. High-level screening, and the third is early-stage screening on resilience of infrastructure. So, as well, also this slide also, which is very important because we will insist in the stage 1 and the stage 2 of this method here. For stage 1 identification phase, where screening should be done with regard to the few hazards which can be happening in some areas. And for the second stage is to undertake a climate risk assessment, which is in-depth review, in-depth evaluation, in order to identify and apprise resilience options, which is the end of that, because we have to inventor all these assets and evaluating their sensibility with regard to climate hazard before getting to the risk assessment, and afterward to propose adaptation options. So I will be taking in these 2 phases for these modules. So this slide also was done presented by Annette, and you will see that most of it happened between B, C, and D. In other words, in B, in a particular territory, in a particular area, we should be identifying the most likely hazard which will happen, which will have an impact on infrastructures. In Africa, we especially in our sub-region, we know that it's mainly, it can be like flooding, it can be drought, it can be erosion, it can be fibrous, etc. It depends on the area and it depends on the climate in this region. So for the D is estimated the hazards. So it's more likely evaluating the sensitivities of the infrastructures in D. And while in C, it's more evaluating the degree or the degree of the hazard and the duration, how the intensity of the hazard will impact the infrastructure. And combining these, you will have the risk with the risk score, and the risk score is more on like physical damage and even socioeconomic impacts on that. So we can evaluate it in a physical term and also in a costly and in a monetary cost as well, so that we'll get to the option, to the resilience options, and seeing how these infrastructures of the asset we like to build will resist on climate impact. So this is a generic diagram which really we should be getting from A to F here in this slide. So, and that brings us to stage 2, which is more going into depth the risk assessment and identifying the uprise resilience options. The resilience option, I think that will be done by NASMA in the following sessions. But we'll be sticking in the first part, which is undertaking climate risk assessment. So, and for this is it will be into 3 stages as well. First is to collect the data which are required to evaluate to climate risk assessment here in this. The second is to assess the exposure of the assets and end users across the climate scenario. And the third one is to assess the vulnerability of the assets and end users across climate scenarios. So this is a model which we should really follow, and which can be also time consuming because all depends on data. Like if you take the first part, it requires a lot of data. So I will take it here for the data. We should collect hydrometeorological data from station which is close to the assets, the historical data, and also the climate modeling data, which can be an open access data in terms of precipitation, in terms of temperature, in terms of winds. And all these climate data should be collected, the past and the data modeled using climate change models. And if we deal with surface water, we should also take into account the water levels, the river stage data, the historical, and also the one which can be predicted by models also. Early warning systems, in most of this area, we can have a system built in that with their location and the effectiveness. And also in most countries, we've got some hazard maps on response report, which is like for flood and landslides here. And also we can also from the past have record of extreme climate events also, and that we can have it from really local population, which can recall the past events in terms of intensity here. And all these data are very useful to evaluate the climate risk on assets here. As well, also we can have the infrastructure data, like the roads, the traffics, and the buildings, the bridge. All these should be evaluated and georeferenced. So we should have their exact location, their elevations, their conceptions. And if it is a road, we should evaluate the traffic counts per vehicle types, and also we should collect all social infrastructure data, like schools, education, healthcare, hospitals, and economic activities like markets, and all this infrastructure we should collect it, because these will be impacted as well. And also we could have some other report which can give some important results, like if you want to have elevation models, we can have a high 30 meters resolution of DM, and even now we can some resolution which is narrow, like we can have it like up to 12 meters resolution. We can have land occupation maps also in all countries, and even from open sources we can have land use land occupation from historical data. The road design and the maintenance guidelines in all countries, we got these tools, especially for the maintenance guidelines, the norm which we use, the standard which are used. And also, if you got in all countries, we got the demographic data and the socioeconomic data, like the census, the population distribution, the health index, and all this data should be should be evaluated. So we have to recall that we are not evaluating the impact on the infrastructure, but we are evaluating the impact of the infrastructure and the service provided. And the service provided is for people living or socio-economic activities which are developed around these infrastructures. So, and it's a lot of, so we have to consult many stakeholders group, like the local communities. If you have, we want to have a very likely data on climate, local climate, environment, socio-economic conditions, and also gender issues, share gender perspective or issues, or insight on existing coping mechanisms, because in some countries, some localities, they have already built some adaptation options. So we have to recall them and to bring them on the loop. The project developers, so they can contribute in identifying potential climate risk, engage with stakeholders as well. The government authorities and regulators also are conceiving these projects, so they can contributing in setting regulatory standards required for gender mainstreaming, enforce the inclusions as well. The civil society organization. So all about is like how we can really include vulnerable group and conduct research, getting on board all this local population, because the impact, the socio-economic impact will be on them. So the private sector and industry expert they can contribute in providing technical expertise or assess financial risk as well. The academia and research also, they can really give some many resources in climate projections and other tools for evaluation. So it's not a matter of project manager or a technician. So this evaluation really bring on board all this category of stakeholders, because it's a matter of evaluating the risk here. So for this we should really go to this goal of providing a comprehensive understanding of the project climate risk and how they may change in the futures. Because I mean, we are in the process that the climate change is already here. We experience it every day. And for the future, I think that it was presented for the first slide is, if you do nothing, the temperatures and also the rainfall will change from now to 2100 years as well, and the change between can be really big effect on our infrastructures. So just like in this second step is to assess the exposure of the asset and end users across the climate scenario. So for this, this is kind of example for railway assets, but we can have it in main road asset, on highway assets as well as some other transport infrastructures. So for this example is about railways. We can have a single rail tracks like meteors with metal sleepers. This railway can cross bridges in rivers and wetlands. We can have a culverts for drainage of precipitation. We can have a roadway overpass or underpass also. We can have a Y-side equipment, as a surface for freight trains, there's a train station. All these infrastructure can be built into railway infrastructure, which is like the asset, the physical asset, but also the service it is provided. So, and we should really protect these two items. So how we evaluate assess the vulnerabilities of the asset. So I think that Annette already talked about a bit on that. The vulnerability will be defined as based on the maximum damage value and the percentage of damage. So I will show you at the very end of this presentation some example we have in Senegal. So all is we have to oversee the future damage the infrastructure we are about to build will have on the future, because that will be impact on cost of maintenance, and which could be really very maybe half time or even double the cost if you don't take measures to protect this infrastructure. So this will be really a combination of parameters here, and you will see it in this table for these asset types. These are costs which are like it's about medium cost. So they take many costs of maintenance here and give a medium one, so that they can really label the cost with regard to the assets here, so that we'll have the cost of damage if we have a length of the infrastructure which is damaged, so that we can really relate the physical damage to the cost. So the cost which will be implied here. So this is kind of and you will see it is a lot of publications have been initiated with regard to this to this kind of damage. So since people, the economic or financial aspect is getting more and more into climate change and impact and adaptation options as well. So this is some few examples of cost of damage per unit, so that we can really evaluate the damage if the hazard is really impacting in infrastructures. So, and it is mainly obtain what we call a damage curve, a damage function. So in this example, we show you two type of damage function. The one in the left is if you take the let me see. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's about temperature. In the left is the one in the right is about precipitation, and we can see that the pavement will be having more impact comparing to road shoulder when we consider the temperature effect here. And we can have damage fraction which can be from 0 up to 100 here. And if you take the local precipitation, we can see that all infrastructures asset like culverts, culverts in some part of the world here, we can have a different type of damage fraction with regard to their conception here. And we can see that it happened when rainfall is exceeding 100 millimeter per day. It's where the damage will start from 0 to 20 up to 100%, and in a linear way. So from this curve, we can really evaluate the damage cost. If this precipitation of 100 millimeters per day will happen with regard to this culvert infrastructure here. So and these were obtained from empirical data. So this they take the cost of maintenance which happens before, and take their mean value, so that this line was drawn with regard to real data obtaining with infrastructure assets here. So, and if we take the direct the damage here, I already said it. We got direct loss, like the physical damage, which is caused by hazard to the assets, and this was obtained by damage curve, which I saw previously. And the cost, we should evaluate the damage in terms of cost, and the cost should consider the repair cost, the increase operation and maintenance costs, because we know that if you build an asset, there should be a cost of operation and maintenance, and also there is a lifespan of the assets, because every infrastructure is like built for 10, 20 years or to 50 years or so, and the cost of value should take all this to evaluate the damage of the physical cost, which has nothing to do with the socioeconomic damage, which can be also as well evaluated in terms of cost. So it's a money lost here. Like the cost of value can be derived from impact on food securities or trades. That we can really lose some trades percentage. It can have an impact on passenger transport and to cargo due to delay. The delay will cause cost loss of money here. It can also have a disruption of access to services. So the services will malfunction as well. And also for power cut, which will have another effect on productivity as well. So you will see that the cost, the damage cost can be really very high if you take the physical and also the incidental cost as well. So the total risk will be the direct loss and the indirect loss, which is a term which will be considered in this. And for this risk, we can see that in some time it can be like half of the cost of the construction, or even 2/3 of the construction. It depends on the degree of the damage the infrastructure is having. So the next is like it's the same. We can have the monetized loss in benefits for the direct benefits avoid. We can, if we build the option, adaptation option, we can avoid the physical damage to road asset. We can reduce the occurrence, reduction in occurrence of events. The indirect benefits is if you build this here, is the load downtime, the stop of the, but also we can reduce the traffic delay as well. So these are beneficial aspects which can have if we really have an option, adaptation option in this. But if you take the non-monetized loss here, that as a direct benefits, we can reduce the road insecurities, and indirect benefit also include the reduced frequencies and prevention of power generation, reduction in blackout, reduce inaccessibility of critical services like education, medical services, reduce inaccessibility of market for selling agriculture production, or increase flood security as well. So you can see that it's about on the physical aspect and also on the services that is provided. So if we now we can really, from this damage curve, we can really evaluate the cost of damage if we do nothing on with regard to climate change and with regard also to climate scenario. In this graph, we see that we take two scenarios: the scenario 4.5 and the scenario 8.5. The scenario 8.5 is a more pessimistic. So it have a greater impact on that. That's why you can see it in a quite colored red here, comparing to the 4.5, which is a medium one in terms of prediction. But we can see that if we do nothing, comparing to the baseline, which is what is happening now, from now to the year 2090, we can have really an annual risk in terms of millions of loss per year here, and which is more higher when we consider the 8.5 scenario than the 4.5 scenario. And for that, we consider only one hazard, which was the fluvial floodings here. So suppose it was like so many others, like the erosion, like the flooding, overflow flooding, so or also bushfire. So that annual risk can really be increased here. And also we should consider also the indirect risk caused by the disruption of the operation as well as indirect economic beneficial. So you can see that from this record, it's a kind of straight increase, steady increase of the annual risk from the baseline now to the year 2090. So if you consider these climate models, especially for the temperature, we can know that for the temperature, we are all sure that the temperature is rising from now to if we do nothing. Maybe the uncertainty is on precipitation, which can have a high event to low event. But for the temperature, we know that it will be steadily increasing. So if you do nothing, and that will really have an impact on infrastructures. So, and you can see from these records, like comparing to the two scenario, 4.5 to 8.5 here, you can have the differences here in terms of risk. Like what will be happening in 2070, 2080, from the scenario 8.5, it's just happened after 2090. So there is a big differences with regard to scenarios. So, and we don't know what will be happening, because these are models here. Yeah. And it's the same also events. We see that in terms of infrastructures, we can see that comparing to the year 2090, we can see the big differences in terms of risk change here between the two scenarios, 4.5 and 8.5 here. So it means that we got a lot of uncertainty. So from this model, it take all the summarize all what you have just said here. The first one, which is on the left, like we have to consider the historical baseline, we have to consider the future projection, we have to to map the assets and their exposure, to develop to make a vulnerability curve, which I have shown here, evaluate the socioeconomic data so that we can have the direct and indirect loss, and from here all this session here is a climate risk assessment, and from this we have to go to the adaptation solutions and to evaluate. I think that this afternoon we'll go to the second part, which is the one in the right here. So we have to deal with uncertainties. Already the climate scenario has built with a lot of uncertainties, because we know that already from scenario 4.5 to scenario 8.5, there is a big gap in that. So the uncertainty will have an impact on risk, but we do not know what will be really the impact, because we have to really make an option in a decision to consider the uncertainties in evaluating the risk assessment, and also to build adaptation option as well. So we have strategies. The strategies is like two main principles: no regret strategies, safety margin strategies, reversible, and the strategy reducing decision making time horizon. So we have to really balance between these strategies. So because the differences can be really high if we do not, like if you take the climate change scenario, which I saw just on the previous slide, we can see that choosing one scenario is not enough. We should have many scenarios, consider many scenarios, and take the mean value at least to say, okay, this will be most likely, comparing to considering only one scenario. And it is seen here, like if you take the temperature and the precipitation here, the historical data with the one which is happening now, so we can see some anomalies happening into these values. So the main challenge is really the availability of meteorological station with sufficient and consistent measurements. So we should consider a lot some climatologist scientists to see how to integrate uncertainties into the evaluation as well. So, you know, as the figures here show it very clearly. If you take this scenario 4.5, which is the one on the for the one in blue, and the 8.5, which is the one in red here, you can find the uncertainties values, which is like this between the high and the intermediate here. You can see it. So it means that we should really consider, because it can have impact on that between the different climate change models here, and also, you know, the climate modelers can solve this, reduce these errors, because they are to act in the resolution, spatial resolution, or also in the temporal resolution. I won't be going through because I'm not specialist in that, but they can reduce uncertainties in the climate models. So the approach used, which I saw, is a dynamical downscaling and the statistical downscaling, which can really go from very large scale to small scale here, which is one in the bottom here, that will really lower down the errors or the into the climate model as well. So you can see it can have also an effect with specific project, like local observable information from local experience, the socioeconomic driver, the socioeconomic drivers, the physical drivers. So all these should be. Sorry, I have my telephone which is ringing all the time. These are key elements we should consider here in when evaluating the risk. Like in the figures here, you can find key risk for Africa, which related to increasing global warming, like the biodiversity and lost ecosystem, the mortality, morbidity, and the reduced flood production here, which can be high, medium to moderate here, and with using the confidence level for transition as well in this. So for the damage curve also, it is seen. This is one which I saw before. It's not a straight line. It have a margin here. We should consider when making decision as well, and we should really understand how the results and total risk may change across a climate change scenario and to a return period here. So this is really, we should be able to visualize and to communicate clearly on these uncertainties, so that we should really when taking an option, you should consider these parameters as well. So, and in terms of cost adaptation option here, when you take the net present values in terms of euro here between these two options, you can see the option 4.5 is much lower than the option 8.5. And if we take the cost benefit, the benefit cost rate, we can see the difference as well into this in terms of percentage, and also the internal research rate. Also, we can see the shift in between it's quite a slightly bigger shift when we consider the 8.5 simulation models here as well. So all this have an impact, and so for the last slide, I think that we should consider when handling a decision making. It depends on the conception we are taking, and we have to prioritize the option and the condition of uncertainty. So if we take an option of adaptation, we should consider as well this uncertainty, because we are predicting future change in 2050 or in 2100. I think that was the last slide. Thank you very much. So here I just like show you just a practical example. Here is the infrastructure in Senegal we got for transport infrastructure, road, railways. The main roads are here, national, existing one, which is in top left. And in the right, you got the railway, and in the bottom, you got the master plan for the road, which will be constructing from now to 2035. Yeah. And when evaluating, we can see the impact, the vulnerable portions. It's those areas which really we have a chica line, blue line here, which will be impacted with flood events here, which is seen that in this context, we have a really vulnerable role in Senegal, and we map them into the region, the commune in the region, and we can see that in some parts the damage can reach up to 200 kilometers in some part of the countries. So it is in French, which just like to show you. So we distributed in all the communes, in all the regions, and we can see that there are some regions which are more vulnerable than others, and which is what we got here. We can see that the region from the north and from the east are more vulnerable here, and you can see the term in damage cost. It can be really costly if you take the roads, the main roads, the highways, and if you take also some region here. These are just some examples which we have got from the recent project we run for these last 2 years in Senegal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Excellent. So if anyone has any questions, again, please put them in the meeting chat, and any of our instructors can help answer those. We will have a lunch break now. So we'll have a lunch break for about 48 minutes. So we'll come back at midday or 12 o'clock in the Gambia, in the UK where I am, which I think is around 2 p.m. in Malawi. So I'll see you all in about 48 minutes. So we'll come back and start again on the hour. I'll stop recording, and then Professor, if you can stop sharing as well. We'll see you all then. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Have a good lunch.
Have a good lunch, everyone.
Thank you.
And I work across several projects within our infrastructure portfolio, mainly on roads and energy. And yeah, we have a small case study on Mauritania. So I can maybe proceed to share my screen, and please, if you can confirm that everything is visible. Can you see it in presentation mode?
It's just loading up, Martin, but yes, now I can see it in full screen presentation mode. That's great.
Okay, good. So the project we wanted to share with you is a project we have been working on with primarily with the African Development Bank, but also in collaboration with the AIB on Mauritania for the past 2 years. Is the Mauritania and Mali, sorry, is the Mauritania-Mali electrical interconnection project and associated solar power plant development. So maybe as an overall overview of the project itself and what we work or what our support added to the work. So we worked in climate proofing 2 solar power plants of around 100 megawatts of nominal power, 8 substations, and 1,500 kilometers of high voltage transmission lines. And the project specifically supported energy access in isolated areas. So the new high voltage lines is what you see here in dotted lines in blue, orange, and pink in the image of on the right, on top right corner. So that connects Nouakchott to more to other cities or to other towns more in the center of the country, all towards Mali. So our support or GCA support was mainly on first providing a detailed climate risk assessment, both on the physical assets, so how climate will impact the assets of the line and solar power plants, but also looking at the operational risks and how that might affect also revenues of the entire line. So we also included a revenue losses and capital replacement assessment. We then did the impact-based prioritization of adaptation options in terms of monitoring, design and operational management. And then we provided guidance for implementation that can be used or in the process of be used by the implementation agencies to include into their design of the lines. So out of all of that, and then we'll go a bit more in detail, our risk assessment found that around 10% of the total value of the line is at risk of being either damaged or needing to be replaced earlier to maintain the level of service. And that's mainly due to extreme heat, floods, and wildfire risk. And around or up to 60% of the revenue losses. And a quick note on this figure: 60% is the maximum revenue losses that can happen during extreme event. It's not the total annual revenue losses, but up to 60% of the revenue losses during extreme weather events could be potentially lost. And what is important here is that around these revenue losses will around triple by 2060, or their frequency will triple. And finally, in terms of adaptation options and insights, so our support provides around 3 to 5 priority measures that have a positive financial rationale with a cost-benefit analysis or a cost-benefit ratio of around 2 to 20. So they're very economically feasible. And even no cost measures like shifting some of the current monitoring and operational and maintenance practices could already reduce risks by 30%. So overall, we are looking at investing 1 to 2% extra in this project to reduce around 80% of all the risks in the line. But we can dive now more in detail into all of that. So very quickly on the approach that we followed, and I think you might have seen most of these elements already in the masterclass, or you are going to see them in the coming sessions. But basically, we started with climate change hazard profiling. So we look at the key climate hazards, extreme temperature, flooding. In this region, sand and dust are also big hazards, and we look into the future of the operations of the infrastructure, how that will evolve for different scenarios. So for an optimistic scenario and a worst case scenario, to have let's say the spread of possibilities of how those climate hazards will evolve. Then we'll pass at the second component, that is working or assessing the risks that those hazards might have into the different components of the whole transmission line and solar power plant. So we'll subdivide the transmission line into subcomponents: the towers, the conductors, the substations, the last mile connections, etc. The same for the solar power plants. We'll divide it into the PV panels, the ondulator, oscillators, etc., and see for each of those hazards how they are vulnerable to climate, and how that can be translated into a quantified risk. So which percentage of those assets need to be replaced early or will be damaged, and we try to quantify that by USD dollar value. And then we also look at how that will affect capital replacement, loss of revenues, but also indirect impact. So the loss of service or the lack of access to energy will also have an impact on people having access to electricity, food preservation, hospital delivery, etc. So we try to also address some of those issues, or some of those indirect risks. And finally, we pass to the third component, that is looking at a long list of adaptation measures. So for the hazard and asset or sub-asset risk combinations that have been identified, we try to look at the most cost-effective or a long list of adaptation measures that will address all of those risks, and then we try to shortlist those into a package of adaptation options that address most of the risk. As we said, between 3 to 5 adaptation measures, and as we said before, we will be addressing around 80% of the risk. So for this project in particular, if we look at the risks, let me just take this out. Yeah. If we look at the total risks, and if we look at it from the perspective of the climate hazards, so we are looking at total asset value that is around 600 or 300 million US or million euros in this case. And direct risks represent around 10% of the total asset value of that. 50% of those direct risks are due to fire risk. 36% are due to heat, both extreme heat and also or extreme heat events, but also the fact that temperature will rise by a couple of degrees. And 60% are risks due to sun movements and dust. On the side of indirect risks, due to revenue losses, as we said, during high demand and extreme events, coinciding events, we could lose up to 60% of the total revenue on those specific events, and 50% of that is due to heat, 34% due to fire, 10% due to floods. So we see that both on the direct and indirect risks, we are looking at fire, sun and dust, and heat being the three main hazards. We also assessed landslides, erosion, pluvial flooding, and other hazards, but those were always under the 1 to 2% mark of risks. So we did not concentrate into those, but you have here on the bottom right the figures of how those risks are distributed. Then another key output of this assessment is that actually the risk of climate change impacting operations and maintenance was very small. So the risk of, for example, extreme heat requiring extra maintenance on the towers or on the insulators was not substantial compared to the other risks. But for example, the risk of extreme heat making insulators to be replaced earlier, that's a kind of risk that was identified as being very substantial. Just to give you an order of magnitude of things, but we did that for every sub asset of the line. So in terms of direct, so now if we look more from the asset side of things, on the direct risks, we see that, and that's what you see on the left hand, the big pie chart. This is per asset and sub asset of the entire line, how the risks are shared, or the total risk is shared. What you see is that basically conductors, towers, and two main substations in a leg are the key hotspots of risk. They do host around 90% of the risk and almost split it in equal parts, 30, 28, 32%. So those will be the three assets that we are going to focus on in our adaptation measures. We see that conductors are, so if you look at the three pie charts that are on the top right, you see per type of asset what are the main hazards that are affecting them. So you can see, for example, that conductors are primarily affected by this orange that reflects extreme heat. So that will be a hazard risk combination that we'll try to focus on. For towers, that will be more about sun and dust. So sun movement will primarily affect towers' stability. And then when we look at substations, we'll be looking at wildfires and extreme heat affecting those, and particularly for this Alex substation. When we look at the indirect risk, there is a similar picture, but what we see is that here conductors are still very much affected, or host most of that indirect risk. This is largely due by extreme heat affecting the rating of the conductors and the amount of energy that they can deliver, and then that's the same case for substations. So substations are also primarily affected by extreme heat, also fire and some flooding issues. Again, indirect risks, as we said, is around, it could go up to 60% during events of extreme events, but this doesn't mean that the whole revenues will be, or 60% of the revenues will be affected. It will be likely much less when we look at the annual average. So when we pack that together, so when we look at so we have seen what are the main climate indicators or main risks by hazard, and we have seen what are the hazard asset combinations that host most of the total risk. So most of those 33 million US dollars for direct risks. We then look at them at adaptation solutions, as we said, a long list, and here then we already shorten it to a short list of 3 to 5 adaptation measures that can really that deliver the most benefits, and that can reduce up to 80% of the risk. So those adaptation measures will be primarily ensuring effective maintenance against fires, and that's something that is already implemented. And so what we are advising or recommending to Somelec and Sogem, the two the two implementation agencies is that they consider the fact that climate change will increase the frequency of such events to also slightly increase their maintenance against fires. The second option will be implementing conductors with a higher nominal temperature rating. That was costed at around 6 million euros. So these are conductors that, well, there are different types of conductors that achieve this higher rating, that are higher rated, sorry. But these are conductors basically can operate at higher temperatures. And the third main adaptation solution will be to basically work on the foundations of the towers, either by using riprap or other types of dune fixation technologies to basically mitigate the sun and dust or the sun movement risks, and that will be around 4 million euros. So what you see on the right-hand side is first in orange you have all the capex and opex that adaptation will require. So that's, we're looking at around 16 million euros for those three key priority measures. But then when we put into the picture the avoided direct damages, the avoided reduction in use service life, and the avoided revenue losses, so that's what you see in the three green bars, we get to a net present value of around 30 million euros at the end of the service life of the infrastructure, with still 7 million euros of residual risks, so around 20% of the risk that will not be addressed by these measures. But again, as we said, we are investing around 1 to 2% of the total, an extra 1 to 2% to reduce 80% of the total risk and have a 30 million euros net present value on that. So maybe just to, and we're getting to the end of the presentation, but just to illustrate a bit these key risks and adaptation solution that we just shared. So as you see on the map on the right, although Mauritania doesn't have a lot of forested areas, what you see here in orange and red are areas with a substantial cover of trees, and there is where, so even though only around one third of the total line is exposed by fires, these represent 50% of the direct risks. So it really hints us, or one of the main recommendations is that Somelec and SOGEM should increase maintenance into these areas, in particular into these areas. Regarding extreme heat and the fact that temperatures will rise by 2 to 3 degrees in the future, we are looking at the entire line that will be affected by these risks, and particularly all the conductors on the line will be affected, and that represents again around 35% of the total risk. So the type of measures that we are looking at here will be, as we said, implementing higher rating conductors that have a higher nominal operation temperature. Also, what it was interesting here was that in our discussions with AFDB, as you might know, AFDB has a program called the Desert to Power program that basically aims to create or increase transmission lines and solar generation across the entire Sahel, and this project is basically part of that initiative. And so within that initiative, actually having conductors that can transfer energy at higher voltages, so at 400 kV, will also be important for them to basically transfer energy across these large distances. So here in the discussions, there was also a point raised. So we will be in a way addressing the climate issue, but we will also be addressing the need for higher transmission, for higher voltages in long range transmission. And finally, as we said, for the line, 50% of the risks are due to sun movements and dust. This affects primarily or around 90% of the line. So again, affecting mostly the towers in the line, but it's again a widespread hazard that should be looked at. You see on the right some of the adaptation measures that can be applied, either by applying different types of foundations, rip-wrap, etc., or by working with dune fixation techniques. And that's maybe an important outcome also of the project. So we did also have site visits, field visits. We have been working with, or we have done consultations with communities. And Mauritania has already a strong expertise in dune fixation. So they have large, as you see here, dune fixation projects into next to the capital, Nouakchott, but also all around the country. So dune fixation, as we just saw, represents a fairly big amount of the risk. Could be addressed already with local capacity and local expertise. Then the second part, and we are going less in detail because it was when looking at the total risk was also smaller, but it's on the two plant power plants. So for these power plants, it was assessed that around 7% of energy generation could be at risk, due primarily to increasing temperatures, reducing the performance of PV panels, but also to sun and dust requiring more maintenance. And then here, one of the solutions that kind of resonated with our stakeholders was to work with agri-PV. I don't know what's the name in English. We call it agrivoltaïsme in French. Agrivoltaics. Thank you, Merita. But it's basically, indeed, by including some type of gardening or crop production under the panels, we can both reduce the rate of evapotranspiration, and we can also better collect water or rainfall for the production underneath. Then also maybe on this PV generation side, and maybe more looking at the bigger picture, we have also worked with the University of Groningen into addressing how climate change will impact PV potential within the West Africa region, and particularly Mauritania. And the main outcome of that project was that even though we see that with climate change, we'll have only around 2 to 5% of drop in solar potential in the region. When we look at and that's in average year by year, but when we look at the number of days within a year that will have very low PV outputs, those are going to increase by 40%. So what we are looking at in terms of long-term pattern for PV generation is that overall PV potential that will stay the same, but at increased variability. So that will mean that future PV projects will need to take into consideration some flexibility measures, storage measures, etc. So that was all from the asset perspective, direct risks and revenue losses. And maybe just to a final point on indirect impacts and how communities are affected. In this case, what it was done to assess those risks was to, in consultation with the stakeholders, look at what different durations of service interruption will impact different access to essential services, and that was done by region. And so we could see which are the regions that are most affected, for example, by loss of access to healthcare or loss of access to food due to energy interruptions. And what we saw is that overall, this power or the assessment said the outcomes of the assessment show us that power outages can last from minutes to more than 5 hours. Depending on the hazards we're looking at, and of course that brings us very different socioeconomic impacts. And in terms of regional understanding or hotspot understanding, we're looking at case being the region with the largest number of people potentially being affected, and primarily, being bushfires, and in this case landslides being key risks. So that's all for the presentation. I am happy to answer any question, discuss any point that you might find interesting. Otherwise, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Martin. If anybody has any questions, please do put them in the meeting chat. I see someone has put a question in there for Professor Fay, and Professor Fay has answered. So thank you very much. We do really encourage you to put those questions in. And then Martin, if you can't stick around for too much longer, if there's any questions that come in for you, we can just forward them on. Great. Okay, excellent. Next, we have Module 3, which will be taught and presented by Annette. Annette, if you're ready, please do take it away.
Thanks, Katie. I know according to the program, I should have presented earlier, but I had poor challenges, and thanks, Katie, for closing that gap, you and Martin. I don't know what a coincidence, but I'm happy that at least something was going on that I was trying to sort out myself. And, you know, on this coming Thursday, we are voting for our usual president of 40 years, and there are threats that internet is going to be shut down because we have experienced it previously. And so when the internet went off together with the power, I was like, has it been affected already? So I had started finding ways to connect, but finally I'm back on, though there's still some challenges, but I hope I'll be able to go through without any hiccup. And in case it happens again, please bear with me. I will have no choice but to end there. Okay, so now we can move to our next presentation, which is Module 3. And we shall be yes. If you can see my presentation, please give me thumbs up so that I can proceed. But
yes,
I see that
that's great.
Page. Okay, it was on the other page. Let me go to the first page. Sorry. Okay. Our module is about identification and prioritization of climate adaptation and resilience options. These are the session objectives, which you should be able to read that. And so now we dive into the introduction to adaptation. Yeah, we've looked at this slide. I think by now it's familiar to all of us. And we are saying, under this module, before we talk about the resilience options and adaptation, one thing that should be clear to us now is that we've looked at risk assessment, which is under project appraisal phase. And we are also going to look at identification and appraisal resilience options under the same phase, which is project appraisal phase. And here exactly what we shall focus on is to answer a core question that which resilience options should we choose and why? Because that's why we are going to identify a number of them, but then we are looking at appraising them and prioritizing, meaning we cannot consider all the resilience options we would have thought of or would have come up with, but we shall have to look for the ones to prioritize and why. So here we are saying what is resilience and what is adaptation. So we are saying it is something extra, something you do to be able to adjust the infrastructure, to make the infrastructure adaptable to the new, I can say the new normal or the future predicted normal in terms of in terms of the changes in the risk, and it should also be able to ensure it's also to avoid
I think we lost Annette, Kate.
Yes, I think we may have lost Annette. Our hero here might have to be George if he is online and available to potentially jump in and go through maybe module 4, George, while Annette is
3 or 4.
Yeah, potentially to go through module 4 while Annette is struggling with her connection, unless you think it's a good idea to just carry on where Annette left off. I'll see what your judgment is, George.
Okay. Let's see. We have a little bit of time. We're not too much behind schedule. So okay, I'll continue with module 3 to avoid confusing everybody. And you're back on.
I'm back on. I'm telling
Okay.
you what is here is, let me proceed. I have now decided to connect to my phone. Power is totally off, but I've decided to hotspot my phone so that at least if before the battery goes off, because after the first experience, what I did, I put that on my phone.
Okay.
So
How
now
about change
I think
slides? Can we
I can
change the slides?
proceed. Yes, please.
Can we
Give
change
me
the
a chance
slides
to
a bit?
finish before my battery goes down.
Okay, go.
Yeah, I can. Yes.
Annette, would you like us to share your slides, or are you going to share your slides?
I'm sharing, but I don't know. Haven't I shared the wrong one? Let me see. I'm trying to share my slides.
No problem. Take your time.
Now I'm competing against power because the laptop might also decide to cough. And I think this is now tells us why we need to resilient infrastructure. So it's a good example of our power in Kampala because we experience this a lot even during the rainy season. Okay. I'm back, but let me try to see which slide was I on. Yeah. Yes, this is a slide I was on.
That looks good.
This is a slide I was on, and we're talking about adaptation as something extra you could do to make the infrastructure more resilient. to the climate changes. And why do we say that resilience options and adaptations are the same? It's because we cannot do away with each one, either of them. For you to have a resilient infrastructure, you must have adaptation measures that will help you achieve that. So here we are saying climate change adaptation, the process of adjustment. Let me first adjust something here. Trying to move away some things. I'm not able to read my own slides. Okay, now I'm able. Climate change adaptation is the process of the adjustment to actual or expected climate and its effects. In order to moderate harm or exploit beneficial opportunities. Then an example we are looking at is installation of additional culverts under a load to deal with the forecast increase in rainfall intensity in the future. So when you look, for example, at this picture of a load, you can see that this load has potholes and has water in it. These potholes could have been caused by maybe the material which the load was used, the material is say during, like, say this is now water lodged on it, but this could have been caused maybe due to heat, extreme heat that could lead to the expansion of the load. Then on cooling it develops cracks, and then cracks create potholes, and when it rains the water now can't floods on the load. But could also have been a problem of the design, that the load is low-lying, maybe in a floodplain, and therefore it frequently floods. So if for you may need to now to install culverts like this example we are looking at, to raise the load surface, so that if it is a floodplain, you create drainage below the load, and the load is able to you prevent it from flooding. If you can remember what we talked about earlier, we said when we are dealing with risk, and we are looking at the risk score, it is only the function of the impact plus exposure. So this load could be suffering exposure, but also the impact is high because it is low. And therefore, if we are to put culverts, we are dealing with now the impact, trying to say, okay, the flooding will be there, but it's raised. So when it's raised, we are reducing the exposure, not impact. So whenever we are looking for adaptation solutions that we are looking at, we are dealing with one of the two. Either the solution will help you to reduce the exposure, or it will help you to reduce the impact. So here, if we put culverts and the surface is raised, that means we are reducing on the exposure, because the load will not flood. The water will be able to go underneath the load. And probably even the vulnerability will be reduced, because the capacity, the load will not be exposed to the flooding, and therefore even its vulnerability will be reduced. So in looking for options, identification and prioritization, we are looking at, it's a 4-step where we are going to look at it in terms of, it's a 4-step. The first step being we need to establish objectives for the climate resilience. Second, identify applicable resilience options and associated co-benefits. Third step is we conduct economic analysis of applicable resilience options, and then we also combine technical and economic evaluation to prioritize preferred resilience options. So here is where we make the decisions, but first let's look at the first step, where we are looking at establish objectives for the climate resilience. When we talk of establishing objectives, for example, we are looking at what do we want to achieve? What are we working on? So, and then after establishing the objectives, maybe our objective is to protect the asset function under future climate risks, or it is to improve community and system resilience. So we want to look at maybe our objective is to improve. I remember we talked about two things: resilient infrastructure and resilience through infrastructure. So are we looking at building the resilience of the infrastructure, or we are looking at building resilience through infrastructure? So we need to clearly have a clear objectives of what we are going to do, and then we shall be able to identify appropriate resilience options and the benefits. That's the first step. So our objective could be to improve resilience of the infrastructure and communities to future climate risks, or it could be to enable access to additional or preferential funding sources that require explicit incorporation of adaptation solutions. We've already seen the definition. So in identifying adaptation options, we always come up with a long list, and one of the tools to come up with that long list is we need to brainstorm maybe with the project team, invite ideas from stakeholders, and look at similar projects in similar environments so that we are able to see why do we need to brainstorm at the project team. We need to come together and share insights and experiences and see, maybe we have done different projects and we have, each one of us has something to offer in relation to that. And some of the things we consider in doing so, coming up with a long list, it could be sector-specific resilience strategies. It could be solutions through infrastructure as well as solutions for infrastructure. We could categories of solutions and consider nature-based solutions. So some of the approaches to adaptation could be mitigation of climate-related hazard events, like the example looked at of a culvert, where you are dealing with maybe the vulnerability or the exposure of the project. It could also, we mitigate the, number one, we could mitigate the hazard. And how do we mitigate? By reduction of maybe the exposure or reducing the vulnerability. It could also be exposure prevention, bracket avoidance. Like the example I shared earlier when I said the project route was diverted, because now you realize if you are going through a place which you know is flood prone and the cost of mitigation could be so high, so you could easily avoid that route, and therefore you avoid the risks. Pulling off our hazard areas. So you could retreat and say, if we were going to do a route, a load going through a route A to B, we could now take B to C, but still you avoid the area which you know has the very high risks or hazards, and you'll not be able to handle them. We could create protective structures like breakaway direction or alignment, habitat strip, dikes. Example sometimes could be like I've seen in areas which are close to the oceans, where you build a wall to prevent the storms from reaching like the infrastructure. So we could build protective structures or accommodate systems of interest robust to become more robust to climate threats, e.g. breakaway, heightening, climate proofing construction materials, where climate proof construction materials, say you are going to construct a road and you know this is there are extreme temperatures, because even those areas will have loads. You may have to get like materials which are heat resistant, say, and you know you are going to use bitumen which is heat resistant, that even if the temperatures go high, the load will not expand. So categories of solutions, we've looked at these already, where we are saying it's the combination of physical, structural, gray, green, hybrid, social behaviors, where we look at capacity building and others, institutional stock governance in terms of policies and so on. So we come up with our long lists. I'm not going into details then. What do we do? When we are looking at the long list, we are looking at the core benefits of those solutions so that we are able to select the best solution. So after making the long list, we are expected to make a short list, because here, as I said, the focus is on which resilience option should we choose and why. And one of the things we look at is the cost, but first we also look at the technical effectiveness. So because, of course, normally budgets can't allow you to implement all the resilience or adaptation solutions, you may have to choose the best option. For example, if the load is flooding, you look at maybe nature-based solutions, diverting maybe the stormwater somewhere else, or the structural ones of creating culverts, or maybe if it's a flood-prone place, you look at avoidance. So you have so many options and you can't implement all, but you will have to consider these factors or criteria, like multi-criteria analysis. These are tools that will enable you to make the right decision by choosing the best option, probably the option with the more benefits than others. So you have to consider the technical effectiveness of the solution, the social and environmental impacts, institutional capacity, etc., and also validation with stakeholders, because in most cases, of course, if you don't secure stakeholder buy-in, sometimes the project may not be used, the community may not be willing to pay for the adaptation measure, and therefore you find you have not benefited so much from the project even after investing in it. And if it is a PPP project, you expect the private party expects to get back the cost plus profit of what they used. So you have to choose an option that has more benefits. So there's an example here of a load in Banjul in Gambia, where post-adaptation solution identified and grouped per project assets. So here, when you look at the extreme right, the potential measures, climate resilient pavement, add buffer storage for extreme events, and mangrove flood protection. So it's a combination of structural, nature-based, and all of them. It's a hybrid of the solutions. So next we are going to look at these ones we've already seen. Excuse me just a bit. Okay. Yes, we've seen this gray infrastructure, blue, green, and then the combination, which is the hybrid, nature-based stock, green, gray solutions. We've seen them. And this is a nature-based solution approach. Yeah, here we are saying nature-based solution approach uses the power of natural processes, which we've talked about. This is all about nature-based. So here, the infrastructure we are talking of gray. Gray can provide strong resilience to environmental hazards, but it is often costly to construct and maintain, has low flexibility, and can lead to system lock-ins. Then the hybrid gray stock green, which are nature-based, can provide multiple co-benefits such as carbon sequestration, biodiversity, recreation, psychological well-being, and water control opportunities. But it also relies on healthy functioning ecosystem, may require large amounts of land use, and performance can be unreliable. So potential added value stock or benefits of nature-based, we've looked at them. There are very many. Net biodiversity gains, improving water quality and water body conditions, climate change mitigation, carbon. Here is of Kigali, where my network here is telling me it's unstable. Are you hearing me? Or is it okay I proceed?
It's okay at the moment, Annette. We'll let you know if it breaks up too much.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So this is an example of urban nature-based solution to reduce flood risk and strengthen resilience in the city of Kigali. As you can see, it is mainly green and blue infrastructure indicated there, with some gray as well. There's also a study to improve riverine wetland ecosystem. This was also in Thailand. So as we said, that part was about identification of adaptation solutions. Now we come to prioritizing these solutions, but first we need to analyze them. And we shall look at some of the tools we use to analyze these solutions. And one of them is how to choose which adaptation solution to implement. There are two methods. Multi-criteria analysis and cost-benefit analysis. In a PPP construct, adaptation solutions must provide value for money. So an economic cost-benefit analysis is required. There must be value for money. We don't want to have projects and you find the cost of the project was really much higher than the benefits delivers. And when we are talking of the benefits delivers, okay, we're also looking at some benefits which cannot easily be quantified into financial terms, but the benefits it gives to the community. So we should always look at a project that has more benefits than the costs should always be less than the benefits. Let's move on. And when we conduct economic analysis, resilience options, as you can see, we are always looking at the net benefits should be equal to the benefits minus costs. And when we talk of benefits, reduction of future climate risks plus additional benefits, because we are saying when we are designing now for climate resilience, we have to project the risks that are involved in the future in the next 20, 30, 50 years. So when we are doing this, we are not looking at the risks currently, but we are looking at the future risks we are likely to experience. And therefore, all those should be included in the costs in terms of, because if you design and you don't design for climate change, you are going to incur costs in terms of your solution being malfunctioning, not being able to achieve what was supposed to achieve. Maybe even you end up abandoning the asset, which means even what you put in the capex which was involved was a waste. Let alone the operational costs, maybe high costs of maintenance and repair, which can be very high that you cannot be able to maintain. Excuse me. So we look at generally the net present value as the main indicator. So I'll not do much on that. Yes. So the next we look at financial calculation of co-benefits. Of course, when we are looking at the financial, it's a very complicated process, but the main thing you need to know is you look at it in terms of the vulnerability context, which deals with the impact and the intent to address the vulnerability. So when you are designing, you should be able to define the vulnerability involved or the impact of that hazard or to the asset, and then be clear on how you are going to address it, and then link it to the project activities. This figure, the World Bank's, it's the World Bank's approach to calculating adaptation co-benefits. So if you are, the project says World Bank sponsored, this could be key that you have to be intentional in addressing the vulnerability, but you must also be able to define the vulnerability that project is likely to face, and then how you link it to the rest of the project activities. And then, of course, we talked of benefits. In most cases, the benefits can be qualitative. But you must also be able to see how to grade them in terms of being high, offering high benefits, or moderate benefits, or low, medium benefits. And these are some of the examples. You'll be able to look at them as you go through the notes. Some key points to remember on adaptation options. Resilient options must be able to adaptively transform infrastructure to overcome unexpected events and grow into unforeseen loss. Infrastructure must be protected by design from the hazards that could face an asset once delivered. Resilience must be a shared responsibility with a focus on collaborative data and knowledge sharing regarding an asset and others. So we are going to look at why engage stakeholders. Like I shared with you earlier, it's very important to engage stakeholders in these projects, and the earlier the better, because the stakeholders have insights. They may be able to give you reliable data given that they are within the area, the project area. So they'll be able to provide input, more detailed information, probably on that particular hazard or the types of hazards the area has experienced, whether it's flooding, drought, what. They know, especially the local stakeholders. And they can also render support in terms of if it is, say, I would say, like, if it is a load toll and people are willing to pay for the resilience options, because sometimes these resilience options makes the project cost high, and therefore you may be looking at, okay, if we implement this, the project cost will be high, but are the stakeholders or the end users willing to pay for that measure? Another reason is understand and optimize value stock benefits. They may help to understand whether the project will deliver value for society, particularly by identifying and optimizing co-benefits that arise from different resilience options. Because they are the one, they will be they are part of the ecosystem, and they may be knowing the kind of benefits or value they are looking for in a project. And if you work with them, the project should be able to give that value. Mitigating risks. Mitigate risks by engaging a range of stakeholders to better understand interdependencies. And also why we need to engage stakeholders, maybe because stakeholders finally are like the local communities or the end users. They are the ones who are there going to use the project. And therefore, when they are involved, it's very easy to say, to take ownership for the project, and also which leads to sustainability. Because they have interest in the project, they will protect it and be able to ensure, like, for example, if we've had cases of vandalism of line power lines in Uganda. But you find sometimes when the community is fully engaged, they are the ones who will protect it and even report the people who are trying to mess up with the system. So it's very important that it will promote ownership, early stakeholder engagement, and then project sustainability will be achieved. How do we engage project identification? At the very stage of project identification phase, as we do the high-level risk screening, they should be involved. Then project appraisal, tender and award, contract management. Most critical phases are to engage stakeholders. All those stages are critical, but especially at the project appraisal phase. It's the most critical stage. We need to engage local stakeholders that can implement additional resilience options to boost core benefits. Integrating the end user, we are still on different stakeholders. And as we conclude, there are two questions here. What is your experience in your stakeholder engagement? You could share your experiences in the chat. How have you handled difficult issues in stakeholder communication? Yes. So here, as we finish, we look at this diagram, which we looked at earlier with Professor, and it shows it's just an overview of interlinkages. We have already done this, so unless there are questions, I beg to stop here before my power messes me up and my internet.
Thank you so much, Annette, and thank you for persevering with all of your connection difficulties. Yeah, feel free to log off if you need. I don't want you to waste your phone data. But thank you very much. If you have any questions for Annette, please do put them in the chat. If she has to go offline, we'll make sure those questions get to her and we have an answer for you. Excellent. Thanks, Annette. If you stop sharing your screen, if possible. George will be delivering our next module, Module 4, which is all around accessing climate finance for projects. George, the floor is yours.
Great. Thanks, Katie. Thanks, Ned, for taking it forward despite the power outage. Ladies and gents, let's look at Module 4, which essentially discusses climate finance. We will see different funding and financing options and modes and sources for PPPs in Africa. We're going to describe funding sources and financing options for nature-based solutions, and we're going to look at a few recommendations for practitioners and policymakers. Now, let me try to put it up. There it is. All right. As I said, what we're going to discuss in this module is the major question: where does the money come from? And by extrapolation, where can I get the money to fund a climate resilient infrastructure triple Ps? As a matter of fact, there is not just a single source. There's several of them, and this is good news because it means that you don't need to rely on a single source. So what we're going to do in this session is that we're going to go over several of them in an attempt to showcase the entire financing environment that is out there. So let's first take a look at the key difference between funding and financing. So funding is who or how a project will ultimately be paid for. So it could be through user fees, it could be through carbon credits, it could be grants, right? So the ultimate source of money for the project is called funding. On the other hand, financing is the upfront capital. It's who provides the upfront capital, often with the expectation of return on investment. The reason for that, and the reason for that distinction is because the cash flow structure of infrastructure projects includes significant cash outlays upfront to build the project, but the um, the implementation of the project entails significant financial returns, economic returns in terms of social value. In addition, the climate resilience, making the project climate resilience, increases the benefits by creating cost savings in terms of avoided losses. So it's a negative that would otherwise not that does not happen. However, both the gains and avoided losses happen throughout the lifetime of the project. And the lifetime of the infrastructure project is about 50 years, right? So although infrastructure projects have significant net present values, as Annette pointed out just before, those net present values are spread through a large lifespan. In some cases, the finance specialists do not use the full lifetime of the project to amortize the gains. They don't use all those 50 or 100 years that the infrastructure is expected to last. They can sometimes use 10 to 15 years to do that math. Even with that reduced assumed lifespan, the infrastructure projects carry significant positive net present values. So in the PPP space, project preparation funding often comes from national or regional project preparation funds, whereas implementation usually or can be funded by private capital, such as equity investors or debt providers. The important consideration here is that you see that upstream funding is not typically particularly lucrative for private sector stakeholders, right? Which means that governments need to step in to provide that seed money so that the project preparation can actually help to kickstart the project. So, funders and financiers may have different appetites when it comes to project preparation and implementation. As we discussed, not enough funds are available for PPP project preparation. Few investors are actually willing to invest to put money in the lengthy preparation processes that have uncertain outcomes, especially given that only 10% of infrastructure projects in Africa make it to the financial close stage. On the other hand, there is a high demand for well-structured projects from financiers and other investors, right? But again, there are a few projects that actually meet that demand. This is good news. It means that if the public sector steps in during the project preparation phase to fund this phase of the project, then that project has a lot of chances to make it to be actually funded. And excuse me. And when we analyzed the trends with the engineering leadership group at ICSI and our parent organization Resilience Rising 3 years ago, we found very quickly that a lack of project preparation funding and a lack of business cases and project preparation was the cause of the fact that many projects, many infrastructure projects in Africa don't make it to financial close. In other words, they don't. They end up not getting funded. So another key thing I'd like to point out is financing modes. So you see that there's different sources of financing. There's different ways to find that upfront capital. One is debt, in which case lenders provide capital which the borrower is obliged to return with a fixed repayment schedule and with a fixed interest obligation. Examples are bonds and loans. Another option is equity, where investors provide capital in return for ownership of the project. In this case, ownership also entails decision-making rights and dividends if there are sufficient proceeds. Needless to say, the higher the risk profile of the equity compared to debt results in higher returns required by investors. Last, there's hybrid options or debt instruments that can have both debt and equity characteristics. And you see there in the slide the example of subordinated loans, which are lower in priority than ordinary debt, resulting in a higher risk profile and higher expected returns. So the important thing to point out here is that when coming up with financing for infrastructure projects, there is a mix of infrastructure, there's of engineering, physics, but also of management science and finance. So, as we said before, funding describes how a project will ultimately be paid for. Financing is the upfront capital. Funding is how a project will ultimately be paid for. As you see in this slide, there's different options for this, but they're mostly affected by the general willingness of the population to pay for that infrastructure. So at the top left of the slide, you see that there's one option of user charges or user payments, such as toll charges on toll roads. The other options include availability payments, which are performance-based payments from the government to the project company. That's at the middle bottom square on this slide. There's other options related to taxes and charges. For instance, a new development charge, which is a fee imposed by the government on new development projects, or land value captures, which is proceeds from direct development, property tax proceeds, or government payments instead of tax revenues. So ultimately, if something is not paid directly by users or by other taxes, there's going to have to be a tax to pay for it. And you see examples there of taxes that have been used to pay for the land value capture or availability payments of different infrastructure projects. There's three notable examples: the real estate tax, sales tax, and property tax. So for a project developer, there are three main there are several, not three. There's several factors to consider when it comes to resource mobilization. Uh, Investors generally look positively to government commitment to infrastructure development and the Triple P pipeline. They would also be encouraged to invest if there is a stable and conducive legal or regulatory framework for Triple Ps. And when it comes to downstream resources, a high quality feasibility study and a well elaborated business plan goes a long way to mobilizing resources. On the flip side, things like the high perceived, emphasis on perceived, risk of triple Ps in Africa, and in some countries, the absence of long-term planning are hindrances and are factors that generally prevent uh, um, investors from financing infrastructure projects. Furthermore, uh, the fact that climate resilience is oftentimes associated with extra costs and therefore not an extra revenue potential can also be an issue to consider. Now, before we go into the details of financing for climate resilient PPPs, let's look at the climate finance landscape more generally. Uh, so this picture shows what happened at the 29th conference of the parties of the Paris Convention, or COP29. Um, it basically shows that 2024 increased climate finance flows to Africa substantially, but there are still significant gaps in the continent compared to other regions. Uh, Interestingly enough, the share of adaptation investment in Africa's overall climate finance flows remains higher than in other regions. So, uh, in particular, uh, in Africa, adaptation solutions received 32% of the total, where the share elsewhere is between 1 and 14%. The key takeaway here is that despite energy taking the lion's share of investment, the major sources remain multilateral debt finance instruments, governments and bilateral finance instruments, development, sorry, not debt, development finance instruments, who are by far the largest investors. And although the increase in climate finance has not been nearly as fast as what's needed, uh, the key point for everybody in this call is that a well-designed and bankable project will attract significant amounts of adaptation finance. In other words, uh, take time to design your project well. Take time to create that business case and that business plan. It will pay dividends and make your project bankable and financiable. Uh, Moving from where money is coming from, it's also interesting to see where it's going to. So we see on the left slide, on the left side of the slide, the adaptation still constitutes a smaller part than mitigation, and that moving towards the center of the slide, the majority of adaptation financing is usually in grants or low-cost project debt. Where it goes, you see, varies from cross-sectoral projects to transport water and wastewater, with a smaller share going to buildings and infrastructure. If we look at things a little bit closer, there are other trends that jump out. First of all, in Africa, the ratio of public to private finance is the highest in the world, 4-1, twice as high as the next highest region, which is East Asia and the Pacific. That means that more public money goes to climate resilience and infrastructure in Africa compared to other parts of the world. At the project level, which is most relevant to this masterclass, development finance institutions are predominantly the key investment source. The good news is that adaptation funding is increasing. Adaptation finance increased by about 53% between 2022 and 2024, compared to between 2020 and 2022. So now let's continue with climate finance for adaptation in particular. So globally, adaptation finance seems to be on the rise. It seems to be increasing against multiple barriers. For building project pipelines and difficulties on the development funding side, around screening projects for adaptation benefits, there's still significant challenges in climate adaptation finance. Nevertheless, you see there that adaptation finance reached an abundant 63 billion in 2022. In other words, this means that a well-designed project is very well placed on capitalize on adaptation finance. And a well-designed project is a project that comes with a solid business plan and business case, which basically allows governments to demonstrate the bankability of the project. Furthermore, we're increasingly seeing that contracts and that designing contracts by taking resilience into account is critical for resource mobilization, attracting financing. So this implies that projects need to take into consideration the risks to infrastructure from a changing climate. That changing climate is affecting the impact of the risks that the PPP assets are going to be exposed to. And from a contract point of view, it implies that these impacts might qualify for relief or compensation events. Well-designed projects list comprehensively the risks that the PPP asset is exposed to, and which of those are going to qualify as relief or compensation events. Furthermore, climate risk affects how the finance community thinks about force majeure. So contracts need to include an itemized list of a catch-all provision to capture climate risk under force majeure. Furthermore, the increase in extreme weather events has cascading impacts for insurance and uninsurable events. Remember, for example, that a lot of insurers pulled out from California in the United States because of the increasing risk from wildland fires, which makes the residential sector there practically uninsurable for many insurers. Last, on the positive side, we're seeing that increased regulations for banks and policies for investors, usually internal policies, are leading the emphasis on climate investments. Among those regulations is what's called a green taxonomy. Green taxonomy is a classification that points out which investment options are sustainable, and by extension, those that are not. The rationale for taxonomies basically tries to standardize what investors consider green. But therefore, by reducing information asymmetry, helping banks and other financial institutions create green banking projects, which are standardized across the market, and helping investors identify opportunities that meet sustainability criteria. Excuse me, taxonomies help to encourage green financial investments. Different jurisdictions may have different classification systems, and you see there a couple of examples, including the EU taxonomy, the South African taxonomy, the Rwandan taxonomy. The EU taxonomy is very much debated right now. And it's quite interesting to follow that debate. Excuse me. So while more money is flowing into adaptation finance, project developers, public bodies, and banks are using additional innovative funding and financing mechanism to attract financing and mobilize investments. So in the next two slides, we're going to look at 8 of those innovative funding and financing mechanisms. The first at the top left of the slide is a resilience grant. So a grant is a non-returnable funding, which is explicitly, in the case of a resilience grant, for the purpose of improving resilience. It is often tied to criteria that an investment must meet, such as making an infrastructure more resilient, for example, designing it so that it can withstand a higher force threshold. Usually, grants are provided by public bodies and development institutions, development financing institutions, but there can be others. Number 2 is the resilience bond. So a bond is a debt used to raise capital, right? And a resilience bond is a debt that raises capital for climate resilient investments. Resilience bonds can be used by governments, they can be used by municipalities, development banks, or other entities. They can even be used by private entities. And they're designed to fund risk reduction projects through a resilience rebate that turns avoided losses into revenue streams. Another type of bond is the green bond. Here, the green bond raises capital for projects that fit certain criteria, which are often tied to green bond taxonomy. Projects can range from forestry to biodiversity to green energy. There's practically no limit. I have a note here that as of November 2024, Africa has issued over 20 of those. Another type of bond is the SDG bond, or a bond that where the proceeds fund activities connected to the United Nations Sustainable Development Bonds. Final on this slide, Environmental impact bonds, they're also debt-based financial instruments, but here public agencies work together with private capital and nonprofit organizations to fund cost-effective solutions. The public entity pays a return to investors only if intervention exceeds or, well, meets previously agreed upon performance targets or outcomes. Aggregations is when several instruments are bundled into smaller scale projects or help to bundle smaller scale projects into an investment vehicle, which can then be refinanced in the capital market through bonds and more rarely through equity shares. Securitization has become a bad word in the finance industry, especially after the Enron and Bubblecom scandals. But it can be used quite well and quite positively and quite effectively for climate resilient infrastructure finance. Here, as you see on the slide, we're bundling small projects and making it tradable in the market as asset-backed securities. And then we use that to attract investors. Last, tax increment funding is a financing mechanism that relies on the anticipation of future improved tax revenue. For example, increases in land tax due to increased land value. And we're using that anticipation to finance development. Now that we've looked into instruments to mobilize investment, let's quickly look at instruments that are used to reduce risk. Nowadays, the extreme weather events are on the rise. Things like floods, storms, heat waves, and the like, wildfires are rampant. Those instruments are ways of sharing and mitigating against the risk of extreme events. First and foremost, at the top left of the slide is insurance. Insurance premiums reflect the risk profile of the project. Therefore, investment in adaptation measures reduces the risk, which reduces insurance premiums. Insurance is a very, very effective way of reducing disaster risk. Another example is a regional disaster risk pool or a catastrophe risk pool or CAD pool. Here, risk pooling describes the approach taken by a group of organizations to combine resources. In this case, governments sharing risks from their operations or large-scale disasters. The key component here is financial protection, but pooling has helped to improve collective response to disasters, encourage mutual resilience, reduce costs, and even enable the deployment of key resources to enable all the partners in the pool. One very interesting example of the catastrophe risk pool is the one that has been created by Caribbean countries, and it has been quite effective until now. A particular type of insurance is weather risk insurance, which we'll talk about later in the masterclass. It is a type of insurance that ensures an immediate payout in the event of a previously agreed measurable weather conditions, right? So in other words, we don't wait for assessors to go out and estimate the risk. Rather, the payout is tied to the intensity of the event. Last, catastrophe bonds are a mechanism that is designed to transfer those risks to the capital market. They work as an insurance policy where the policy holder will receive a payout if a disaster reaches a predetermined threshold. So, what is best practice in climate resilient PPPs? First and foremost, integrate climate resilience upstream. This is very much within the project evaluation phase. Do it as early as possible. Link public financing to resilience principles for all projects, by the way, not triple Ps alone. That is critical because governments are typically the party to which the climate risk is allocated. And that means that ultimately the government is the guarantee of last resort. Now, how can we include climate resilience early on in the project? For example, we can resilience-related criteria in the bid evaluation criteria, and we can even add weighting so that resilience is a significant part of the public decision making. The other point to consider is that governments need to take into consideration the additional costs that are required for climate resilience infrastructure in their project budget. Furthermore, public partners need to assess of undertaking a project using a conventional procurement versus PPP procurement. If you remember the discussion in Module 2, the purpose of the high-level climate screening is basically to feed that decision. Do we use a PPP for that project? Is a PPP a good venue or a good vehicle? Sorry, for a good vehicle for that for this project. And on top of achieving value for money through that high-level climate screening, public bodies should encourage private investors to consider the design life instead of the financial life of the asset. If you'll remember, we talked about it before quite briefly. The design life can be 50 to 100 years, whereas the financial life can be significantly shorter, usually 10 to 20 years tops. By doing that, lenders will hopefully have a clearer understanding of the benefits of climate resilient infrastructure over the long term. Other considerations are shown on this slide. First of all, factoring climate considerations into contractor reporting helps to tie reporting to specific climate resilient standards, and therefore to make sure that climate resilience is addressed early on. Furthermore, environmental, social, and governance considerations, or ESG considerations, can be factored into contractor reporting by thus making them attractive to investors who prioritize sustainable investments. I'd like to make a quick detour and look at a particular subsection of adaptation, notably nature-based solutions, before we look at recommendations for practitioners and policymakers. As we've discussed, nature-based solutions are actions that work with nature instead of building against nature. And essentially, nature-based solutions take the best adaptation benefits from nature and apply them to human problems. Here are a few examples that show the range of what nature-based solutions have to offer. You see, for example, green buildings using green water management, and protection from natural hazards. Green buildings use vegetation on roofs and walls to reduce thermal inefficiency. Rainwater collection reduces the need for chemical inputs to water systems. Particularly relevant to this master class is mitigating natural hazards. For example, restoring, modifying, or using natural landscapes to mitigate the impacts of flooding. The obvious example here is mangrove forests, but another notable example is open spaces created when rivers cross cities and act as buffers against floods. So, what trends do we see in the financing of nature-based solutions? The majority of financing comes from public sources, hardly surprising. And although there is limited nature-based solution investment for infrastructure, this is increasing. From a structural point of view, nature-based solutions are funded and financed through a variety of instruments. There's a GCA report that has either been shared with you or is available for download at the GCA website. And you see here that debt-based, grant-based, and equity-based options are the key trends in funding, financing nature-based solutions. So, but primarily for infrastructures, grant and debt-based instruments are common, as we said, but the real benefits are coming from the reduced costs over time, particularly the reduced cost of repairs, reduction costs associated with disaster response, repairs, and potential legal liabilities. And you see here the gains are the grayed out areas in the cash flow pattern, which you can see at the bottom right of this slide. One interesting case study that I'd like to show you here quite briefly is what's called Climate Investor 2, which was devised by the Green Climate Fund. It's a mega fund, if you want, which is made up of 3 funds, each targeting different project stages. There's a development fund, there's a construction equity fund, and then there is a refinancing fund. So one example of an investment from those funds is what's called the Xylo Group, which was a biomass to energy project that had a pipeline of opportunities to generate renewable energy to the corporate and industrial markets in Uganda, Tanzania, and Zambia. The first of those projects is what was the Jinja, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. I usually mispronounce that. Which was a combined heat and power biomass to thermal and electric energy facility. Overall, the project is estimated to provide 15 gigawatt hours of per year of renewable energy, totaling about 50,000 tons of avoided equivalent CO2 per year. I think that's probably the end of this. We don't really have the time to go into the example. I'd like to take the time to go through recommendations for practitioners and policymakers. The key takeaways from this module. First of all, financial risks from climate to investors need to be managed early on by incorporating long-term resilience and infrastructure projects. Think long-term. Second, appeal to investors by emphasizing how a triple P project can be quite relevant for climate resilience. Third, project preparations go a long way in creating well-developed investment opportunities for climate resilient PPPs. Last, development funding institution assistance can be used to enable investments in the upstream phase of the project preparation and in managing the risks of the implementation. I guess that's it. Thank you very much for bearing with us. Katie, over to you. I guess it's time for a short break.
It is indeed. Thank you so much, George. Any questions for George, please put them in the chat. We're now just going to have a 10-minute break. So if everybody is able to come back on the hour, so in 10 minutes time. See you then. Okay, we'll just wait 30 seconds for everybody to come back from break. There may be some that don't come back straight away. I noticed the comment in the chat box saying it's time for Prey in the Gambia. Everyone can just come back when they are able. Our next module will be presented by Emmanuel on incorporating climate resilience into the PPP infrastructure project, specifically around the tender and award phase. So Emmanuel, this will be roughly 35 minutes, but we are running fairly on time. So if you need a little bit more than 35 minutes, you can use up to 45 minutes. That's absolutely fine. I'll stop you if you're going over too much. But Emmanuel, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Katie. I'm most grateful. So I'll share the screen in a moment. All right, so I want to ask if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see it on full screen presentation mode.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so our next model is model 5A, which is integrating climate resilience into PPP infrastructure projects, tender and award phase. So at the end of this model, learners would be able to build on the climate risk assessment and to integrate resilience in the procurement process, and also be able to request for qualification and request for proposals and outline the technical and financial requirements and criteria. So these are the outline for this presentation. We first and foremost would go over integrating climate resilience into the procurement process. Then we will dive deeper into request for qualification and request for proposals processes and how resilience can be integrated into the various stage of the procurement process. So we have seen this charts of the project's identification phase. We've also gone through the project appraisal phase, and we are on the tender and award phase. And this phase includes 5 separate steps. The steps on resilient performance requirements and the allocation of climate risk would be covered in the next model, which is model 5B. But I want us to go through what each of these steps stands for. So allocation of climate risk. So in PPPs, allocating risks efficiently is a key way to achieve value for money in PPP projects, and risks are allocated to the party best able to manage that risk. And definition of climate resilience performance requirements. Performance requirements refers to contractual output, construction standards, and the service levels required for the operational phase of the project. And climate resilience can be integrated through the art specification for the project, can also be integrated through the design standard, technical standard, and also through the resilience monitoring framework. Regarding the creation of adjustments for climate events, this can be done through payment adjustments, which is providing reward or bonuses when the concessionaire or the proposer is able to meet the requirements set for the project. We also have penalties. Penalties are provided for when there's a failure to achieve the performance requirements. Then penalties are applied to ensure that the requirements set in for the project are attained. We also have the contingency fund for climate risks, and this is required when there's the need to provide additional climate resilience down the stream of the implementation of the project. Then we have the setting of climate-related evaluation criteria, which would be dated in this model. And climate resilience can be integrated through the procurement process of the project. This can be done at the tender preparation phase, through the bidders qualification, and through the evaluation of the technical and the financial proposals. Then the solution proposed or identified at the appraisal phase, this can lead to a climate-proof project design, which means that the technical solutions for the project would include climate resilience and adaptation measures to ensure that the project is able to withstand climate change in the future. So the risk that is identified at the detailed climate risk assessment informs the information that is contained in the preparation of the procurement document. So for instance, if the key risk identified was flooding or was sea rise, then it means that the firm must be able to demonstrate an experience or expertise regarding flooding or regarding sea rise, and the content of the aspect specification would have to reflect on measures that would mitigate the impact of flooding or rising in the sea level. So on the screen, we have integrating climate resilience into the procurement process. And like I mentioned earlier on, the steps on define the climate resilience performance requirement and the adjustments, the kinds of climate events, and allocation of climate risk will be covered in the slide 5B. So on the tender preparation, we have the design tender documents, we have the RFQ, that's the request for qualification phase. So this is the phase whereby interested bidders are pre-qualified or shortlisted. Then the firm that are shortlisted move on to the request for proposal phase, where they are required to submit technical and financial proposal for evaluation. And each of these steps would have climate resilience integrated into the document. So now let's dig deeper into the request for qualification process. So there are basically 4 steps of forming information that is required or that must be contained for every request for qualification stage. The first has to do with the information about the project. This will include information about the project background, information about the scope of the project, and what the project objectives or project intends to achieve. There has to be information on the timelines for the tender process and the qualification requirements as well. This information will also include the place in which the tenders are supposed to be submitted or deposited, and the means in which clarification can be sought. The third most important information has to do with information on the evaluation and selection of bidders. This is very criteria because bidders would have to know how they will be selected and how they'll be evaluated so that they'll be able to provide the required information for the control authority to evaluate their bids. Then the fourth one is a confirmation of the importance of the project for the contracting authority as well, and how it achieves the medium-term goals and also climate-related policy goals for the contracting authority. So next, we focus on the information that are to be provided for in the request for qualification. So the first has to do with the proponent information. So those who provide information about the organogram of the proponents, information about their advisors, information about their references for past project undertaking. Then on the technical capabilities, provide information about its previous work done, projects, experience or projects in similar assignments, projects or experience in local conditions, and also information on their key experts. So for climate resilient projects, we should have key experts that have knowledge and experience on climate resilience or on the adaptation measures to be provided. And the firm has also demonstrated experience and expertise on similar projects in adaptation and climate projects. Then on the financial, they would have to demonstrate their net worth. You have to demonstrate that when given a project, they are able to raise funds to undertake the project. And also they have to demonstrate that they have their financiers or their lenders or banks are willing to lend them the funds for the projects. So this is the financial capabilities that the firm will need to demonstrate as part of the request for qualification stage. The quality authority is expected to provide the technical qualification requirements and criteria. And in a snapshot, this is what it entails. So we have information about the minimum number of projects that the firm must demonstrate in order for it to be pre-qualified. And this can be project that they've developed, project that they've constructed, or project that they've operated. Then minimum of projects which is equal to or above the specified project value. And this can also be either project that's been developed, constructed, or operated. Minimum of projects that's been undertaken in terms of operation and maintenance, and any other relevant information that will be useful to the quality authority to help pre-qualify a suitable firm for the stage of the process. The firm also needs to provide information on their proposed team of experts, and this normally has two forms. One, qualification in terms of education qualification, and qualification in terms of relevant experience of the project involved. Then, when there's the need for the quality authority to factor in local condition, this happens if local condition would have an impact on the implementation of the project. Then there will be an experience in the working in local condition, or experience in working in a similar region also form parts of the technical qualification requirements and criteria. So next, we look at the financial qualification requirements and the criteria, because as PPP projects, it behoves on the bidder to provide the funding for the projects. So we have the net worth of the proponent, and net worth can be deduced from the audited financial statements of the firm. And net worth is the amount of money that is owned by the firm. It demonstrates the firm's liquidity. And since PPP funding is a combination of equity and debt, the net worth will represent the debt, the equity that the firm has to inject into the projects. Then the next most important criteria would be the firm's ability to secure funding from the projects. Then mostly this comes in the form of a letter from their bank, from their lending institution, which is commonly known as willingness to lend. So you need to provide willingness to lend form or letter as part of their financial submission to the request for qualification documents. And the securing of funds would represent the debt for the project. Other important financial qualification parameters include the average annual turnover, which can also be deduced from their audited financial statements, and also the average net cash accruals, which can also be deduced from their audited financial statements over a period of 3 or 4 or 5 years. And this information all demonstrate the firm's ability to inject capital into the project, and also how liquid they are for them to be able to fund and invest their capital that will be needed for the projects. So after the firm has submitted their document, there's need for the evaluation to be done, and for a request for qualification, this can be in a form of a pass or fail and ranking. So pass or fail is used when there's a minimum standard is required. So for instance, experience in a similar project for 10 years or for 15 years. So if the firm provide experience of more than 15 years, then it's a pass. So they are scored. If the firm provides an experience less than 15 years, it becomes a fail. In the same sense, for the financial evaluation, when the net worth required is more than $100 million and the firm provides a net worth of over $100 million, it becomes a pass. When the net worth is lower than $100 million, it becomes a fail. Then when the firm also provides the willingness to lend letter from their finances that demonstrate the ability to raise financing, and then of the required amount of money needed, then that becomes a pass. And when they fail to provide the required finance, that becomes a fail. Then another approach is the ranking. So the ranking is mostly used for the technical approach or technical solution scoring, and also for local original experience. And that is based on a point scale. So if the point scale is 20 or is 30, then depending on the adequacy of the firm's technical approach or solution, the evaluation team will provide the scores for it. So climate resilience can be
Emmanuel, did we lose you?
I think, yeah.
So for the pass or fail,
You're back.
if the firm demonstrates sufficient experience. Hello, Katie.
We lost you for a moment, but you're back now.
On the pass or fail, if the firm is able to demonstrate the needed experience for a climate-related score, then they have the pass or the fail. And same way in the ranking, if the technical solution provided for the score, the other ranking score to determine the request for qualification stage. Then the firms that meet the minimum requirements, the minimum score. So here they've set the minimum score to be 70%. So if they add the scores for the pass and fail and that of the ranking, and firms or bidders that scores more than 70%, those bidders would be shortlisted and will be required to submit technical financial proposal for the request for proposal stage. So we are done with the request for qualification stage. We've pre-qualified or shortlisted our firms for the request for proposal stage. So this the request for proposal stage has three key activities. The first one being the preparation, the issuance of the request for proposal documents, and it starts with drafting the documents, developing the evaluation criteria, and obtain the necessary approvals required. Then there's need to run the request for proposal process. This include having bidders conference or bidders meeting, whereby bidders would the authority will present the request for proposal to the bidders, then solicit questions or clarification for them and provide the answers thereof. Even after the bidders conference, there's a time frame for bidders to receive clarifications on the request for proposal documents. After the submission of the technical and financial proposal, the evaluation team will then first and foremost assess the completeness of the proposal submitted by the bidders. Then they will evaluate technical proposals. Then the firms that meet the technical proposal threshold of score will then move on, will have their financial proposal opened and have that also selected as well. Then depending on the strategy of the country authority, whether they want to they want to select the preferred bidder based on only the financial score or based on the weighted combination of technical or the financial score, then the preferred bidder would be selected. So this slide provides a snapshot of the activities undertaken at the request proposal stage. We will dive deeper in the subsequent slides. So request proposal document should specify this following key information. First, you have to provide information that inform the bidders so that they will produce the relevant documents regarding the technical and financial proposal. They should also indicate which information that the bidders should provide about their own organization, whether there's the need to provide the references, whether they need to provide testimonials to demonstrate that they have the requisite experience required for the project. And for the financial, whether they need to provide financial statements, and whether that should be for 4 years, 3 years, or 3 to 5 years, or whether they need to provide a form of willingness to lend from their financiers or from their lenders to demonstrate that they have the ability to secure the funding for the projects. It also specify the guarantees that the bidders should provide in their base, and it should also specify the mechanism in which the bidders should receive clarifications, the time frames and the timelines in which clarification would be sought, and also the period of time in which the entire request for proposal process would be undertaken. Then lastly, and most importantly, it must contain information about the evaluation and selection criteria for both the technical proposal evaluation and also the financial proposal evaluation. So now we look at the evaluation of bids submitted by the bidders. So the first stage is to ensure that there's the bid compliance, and which basically is about the completeness of the bid. So here, the evaluation team will do a preliminary examination of the bid and check whether the bidder has submitted all the required information needed or requested for in the request for proposal. One of these key documents has to do with bid security. So whether bid security is provided or whether all the requested information or schedules are provided. Bids which are incomplete are mostly not evaluated, and bids which are complete or are compliant with RFP are moved on for evaluation of the technical proposal. So the next stage will be the technical evaluation. We have the technical robustness, where the evaluation team, based on the criteria set in the request for proposal, will evaluate the bidder's qualification, will evaluate the bidder's solution or the bidder's technical approach, will evaluate the bidder's proposed key aspects or expertise for the assignment, and it will provide the scores as indicated in the request for proposal document. The next will be firms that meet the technical proposal threshold will then have the financial proposals opened and evaluated. And here the evaluation team would analyze and review the basic assumptions that informs the bidder's generation of revenues and the bidder's financial model for the project. And they also assess how credible the financial support they are requesting for is based on the assessment of the financial model and the request or the need for the existing guarantees and commitments. Then after the evaluation, there's normally, as per PPPs, there's something known as the ranking criteria. So the bids will have to be ranked, and based on that, the bidder is selected. And there's the need for the ranking criteria to be specified in the request for proposal document in advance. This ensures there's transparency and there's objectivity as well. And the ranking criteria must express the cost and benefits of the proposal for the contracting authority. Yeah, this is very, very key and very important because most of the times the bidders' qualifications and the bidders' technical solutions and the team of expertise as presented in the document is based on the criterion provided for by the bidders. Then lastly, bidders mostly situate or focus their evaluation documents or focus their submission documents on the evaluation criteria. And as such, the contracting authority should set their criteria to achieve the objective of the project. So for instance, if the objective of the project is for the bidders to provide detailed assessment or solution on adaptation measure, then the scope for adaptation measure should be very high, so that bidders will be able to provide the best solution for the contracting authority. Then on the financial, if the aim of the contracting authority is to ensure that they maximize the concession fee to be paid on the project, then the next present value of concession fee should be the financial criteria for assessment. Similarly, if the contracting authority preference is that they want a lower government contribution, or commonly known as viability gap funding, then the parameter for evaluating a financial proposal must be based on the net present value of the government's contribution or viability gap funding. So setting the valuation criteria or the ranking criteria is a key thing that the authority must take note and ensure that it's always aligned with the objectives of the authority. So the selection of the preferred bidder could either be based on only the financial criteria or be based both on the financial and the technical. So we have selection based on financial criteria. So at this stage, the bidders, if the proposal have been evaluated on pass and fail basis, then the bidders that meet the score set for the technical evaluation now proceed to the financial evaluation. Then based on the objectives, as I said a few minutes ago, of the contracting authority, the selection of the best financial proposal could either be the lowest NPV in case of government contribution or highest NPV in case of the concession fee. Then the second method or option is selection based on the financial and technical criteria, which is also known as the best value. Here, the technical score is given a weighting. The financial score is given a weighting. Then the two scores are put together and weighted. Then the bidder with the highest weighted score of both technical and financial proposal is the preferred bidder for the project. So the evaluation criteria need to be carefully thought out and balanced. And like I mentioned earlier on, it must reflect the objective of the contracting authority for the technical solutions and the financial requirements. And the best approach or option to use is to use the best value because it takes into consideration the technical objectives of the contracting authority and also the financial objectives of the contracting authority as well. So in designing the evaluation criteria, it must be objective as possible and also transparent. Having a subjective criteria would undermine transparency and fairness in the tender process, and it will mean that bidders would have to score based on their own judgments. Then evaluation criteria must be simple, must be kept simple, and this would avoid complication and also to ensure that the bidders themselves understand what the criteria are, so that they are able to situate or to focus their proposals to achieve the objectives of the control authority. And the most important is so that at the end of the evaluation, we don't have a situation whereby because the evaluation criteria is opaque and is complicated, we have an unexpected result at the end of the assessment. So there are two methods in which climate resilience can be embedded in the request for proposals or the PPP contracts. So the first one is the control authority specifying the minimum requirements. So we have a compliance minimum requirements of the adaptation measure of the climate risk requirements of the measure is provided for in the request for proposal. Then all bidders are expected to adhere to the minimum requirements provided for in the document. And this normally happens when the control authority have the requisite expertise or understanding in climate resilience, and mostly when the adaptation measure or the resilience measure is not too complex or not too complicated. So this is one approach that control authority will adapt in setting the minimum requirements. The next approach is the evaluation criteria, and this happens when control authority want the bidders to provide their own unique solution or technical approach for the resilience measure or adaptation plan adaptation measure. And through this, bidders are differentiated, bidders are able to differentiate themselves on the climate resilience. And in this case, the expertise in the control authority team aside are required to first and foremost set the qualification requirements or the evaluation criteria for bidders to comply with, and also evaluate the climate resilience approaches or solutions submitted by the bidders. In the evaluation of the proposals, technical proposals, climate resilience can either be embedded as a separate criterion or can be embedded as a sub-criterion. So there are two tables on the screen. So on the first table, we have only the last row highlighting in blue, and that row is about climate resilience, and that incorporates the climate resilience elements for that criterion. On the second table, we have the entire rows in blue, and with the second table, we have the climate resilience being incorporated or integrated as a sub-criterion to each of the criterions. When you take construction, it has embedded in it a climate resilience criterion. Similarly for operations, for maintenance, and for the environmental and social. Yeah, so depending on the strategy of the control authority, they could either go by the separate criterion or the sub-criterion. So as a recap, request for proposals and request for qualifications provide a vital movement to embed climate resilience into public-private partnership. And this can be done through the bidders' qualifications. This can be done through bidders demonstrating that they have experience in similar projects, and bidders demonstrating that they have the expertise to have the knowledge and the experience to provide the requisite technical solution that achieves climate resilience and the adaptation adaptation measure. And this can be done either through the country authority setting a minimum climate compliance requirements, or setting the climate resilience as an evaluation criteria for the project. And the best practice is to incorporate climate resilience into each criterion for the project. So in summary, the procurement process can be used as a driver to bring skills and experience in climate resilience into the private team for the PPP project. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Emmanuel. That was excellent. If anyone has any questions, again, please put them in the meeting chat. You'll see in the meeting chat, I've also just put a link to an online spreadsheet with all of your names. It'd be great if you can just check the spellings or just rewrite your names for the certificates. Don't worry too much about doing it now. We'll also have time to do that later on while we do the training evaluation questionnaire. So I don't want you to be distracted from our last presentation. But when you get a moment, please do check your name and put your email address in or email me. So our last presentation of the day for Module 5B will be presented and taught by Nazma. So Nazma, when you're ready, please share your screen and go ahead and start the presentation. I know you've got about 40 minutes scheduled for this, but if you need to go slightly over to 45 minutes or 50 minutes, that's fine. I'll just chime in if you're going too much over time.
Thank you, Kate. Let me just share my screen.
No problem. I'll confirm when I see it.
Yeah, thank you. Just a moment. All right. All right. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can. We can still see the little text box that says it's yeah. Perfect. Now it's great. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. So good evening. I know it's the last module and most of us are tired already, but it's gonna be short, and I'm gonna keep on explaining because it's most of the things we already discussed earlier from the previous slide, from the previous presenters. And on the module 5B, now here, how do we incorporate climate resilience into the PPP infrastructure project during the contracting management phase? As we have already discussed on the previous slides, on the contract management phase now, this is during the time when both private party and public party get into a contract as a tendering and award phase. Extremely just a few minutes ago, and how do you go through that process? But on the management, on the contract management phase now, here we look at what we had agreed during the tendering and award phase, in which when we talk a bit about how do we integrate now climate resilience during the contract management phase, we're talking about 5 things or 5 areas that we could be able to work on. And on this one, the first one is implementation implementing resiliency operations. So now during the operation of the project or during the implementation of the project, how do we integrate climate resiliency into that phase or during this phase of the contract management? And then also the second one is implement resilience measures, in which we already discussed from the first phase, second phase, third phase, and up to now fifth phase. Now, how now we start implementing what we have already discussed during our design, during some of the resiliency measure we already discussed to identify for our project or for our infrastructure project. And then the third one now here, we monitor and evaluate climate resilience infrastructure requirements. Now, during the tendering and award, my colleague Emmanuel discussed a bit of some of the performance requirements that needs to be put in place and how do we evaluate that these performance are being met, or during the award phase. Now, here we put those requirements that we need the private party to be able to meet. And then during now the contract management phase, we monitor if the private party is meeting those requirements that has already been set during the contract signing. And then deal with contractual climate-related construction changes, in which some of the events, for instance, the force majeure event or unforeseen event that is not under the control of the private party or the public party. Now, during those kind of events, what is the contract is telling us? So what are the options that we have in terms of now, if there is war, there is act of terrorism, there is too many floods. Now, how do we move forward as a private party and a public party in order to have a win-win situation? Because as we have already discussed, the risk allocation usually goes to the private party, but if you look on the risky, some of the risky cannot be carried by the private party. It needs to be divided between the public party and the private party as well. And then the last one on the list is how now do we incorporate climate resilience into the transfer of the project and handover. Now the project, the concession period of time between the private party and the public party has ended. How are we able now to transfer those resiliency measure into the private party? All right, so but also without forgetting, there is a lot of stakeholder engagement that will be done, a lot of decision making during uncertainty time, gender consideration, nature-based solution, and the rest. All these have to be included not only on the first phase, but also on the up to the first to the contract and management phase, which could be engaged in terms of the stakeholders, who are the people you'll be working with in terms of advisors, engineers, and similar stakeholder from different institutions as well. So now on this topic, we'll be dealing with two topics, in which is the contract management for PPP performance requirement, PPP monitoring system, and PPP payment mechanism, and also how do we enforce the climate resilience into all these parts of performance and the PPPs. And then after now, we'll discuss about the risk allocation, the PPP contract, where we'll discuss about how does the PPP contract look like, what are the contractual changes that we should expect during unforeseen events, but also like force majeure and uninsurability of the project as well. All right, so the first topic now, any PPP project is like an engine. It has three areas that needs to function. Both of them go together. And it's not only the performance target to go together, and then the payment mechanism doesn't go hand in hand with that, or reliable monitoring system doesn't go hand in hand in that. It's a triangle that needs to operate during the implementation of the project, so during the concession period of the project. Now, the performance mechanism in this engine it has clear performance targets, in which we already discussed about that. What are the targets or performance targets that the private party need to meet during the implementation of the project? But also, what is a reliable monitoring system? Now, how can a public party be able to monitor that the private party during the implementation of the project are they working under the standard that you already set during the contract signing? But also effective payment mechanism, and it's not only a payment where you give service, where the private party gives service to the public party and then that's done. No, how do we make now this payment more effective so the private party can get which can be including in terms of when is the payment done, if some of the performance or some of the monitoring system are not up to standard, what should be done? So in terms of payment mechanism. Now we'll touch base each of these parts of the engine, in which is itself is the PPP. Now let's start with clear performance targets. When you look at the clear performance target, so usually clear performance target or performance requirement are output based, in which this is normal because most of us are working into the PPP, some of the PPP project, but also other projects as well, in which when it goes to PPP project, it's the output-based performance requirement, in which now it's focused on what the project is intended to achieve rather than the method and material used to achieve those goals. So usually, if you look on the table, there are clear examples when we talk about output specification or output performance requirement, what do we mean? And when we talk about input specification, what do we mean? So for instance, an example of input specification, now here you look at for instance, an example, construct this specific design. That is an input. What do we need to actually be able to develop this kind of design? But when the output is specification, now we look on that design, does it meet the facility or the functionality or authentic or standard that is supposed to be meeting? So here now on the output specification, now we look on making sure that the facility meet the functionality and the aesthetics standard as it's supposed to meet. And then another example, it could be, which is under the construction specific design, you could say the use of specific type of material to be asphalt or resurface every year that need to be maintained. But also on the output based, which is usually just to make sure the pavement always meet the following roughness or index standard. So you can see output based is based on what you're supposed to achieve in terms of what you are intended to achieve, rather than the material that you need to put in order to achieve that goal. In which mostly when you talk about what you need to put in, you're talking about input specification. So output specification leave room for concessions to decide how to deliver the envisioned service or what is supposed to be delivered. But output-based performance specification are difficult to develop, as most of us cannot be able to develop output-based project, because usually there is a requirement of specific material that needs to be used for some of the infrastructure project. What do you need to actually include? What kind of personnel do you need to include? Which is usually the input specification. But to achieve output-based performance specification, it's very difficult, and that's why most of the public agencies or private public party combine both the input and output in order to achieve the service requirement or what is needed to be performed. And then now, what are the common pitfalls in developing performance requirements? Most of us develop 1,000 pages, or most of the public party develop 1,000 pages of highly prescriptive requirement, which usually limiting the creativity and innovation from the private party, making it impossible to even monitor what is supposed to be achieved. So the most important part is develop requirement that is agreeable on both parties, but also it should not be as too many, so it's overwhelmed, or it's lead to where the private party cannot be able to achieve what is requested. But also the second one is over engineering, in which we are becoming too enthusiastic in defining what are the performance requirements, leading to creating projects that are very costful, but also they are very costful, but which comes to a cost, or it could lead to too much funds or public funds being invested into that. So the only way to do this is have a specific performance requirement for both of specific infrastructure project, which could actually be able to serve the community as well. But also the other part is, regardless of whether we are over engineering, we should not be too generalized, which is usually where you are designing for a very standard performance requirement, not sufficient or tailored to actually meet the project specific circumstance, and not reflecting or tracking authority and community objective or what the project is supposed to be meeting. All right. So now, how do we integrate climate resilience in the performance requirement? And here we can be able to divide it into 4 parts, in which usually it's getting started, design and construction is standard. What are some of the stuff we need to include, but also developing availability requirement as well, but also developing performance standard. And with all this, there are questions we need to ask ourselves, or as a public party, we need to include during the contract. Does, for instance, an example, when we say on getting started, does the climate risk determine whether the project goals will be met? If it's yes, if it's yes, still may impact the life of an asset or availability of an asset for use. Those are some of the questions that we need to clarify, but also being able to actually have answers to. And then, if, for instance, another one on getting started is the project location is subjected to climate risk? If yes, what are those climate risks? Is it flood? Is it hurricane? Is it high temperature? Is it let's say is it heat? Is it cyclones? So it depends on the specific project where it's actually happening, on what of the climate resiliency measures that has already been put in place during the project designing, and also during the project applies as well, but also during the tendering and award. And then, if, for instance, on the design and construction standard, now a certain standard is the use of certain material have been used, or is it necessary to even use them? And if it's yes, what a priority adaptation solution you need to include? For instance, an example is, if you are building a road from point A to point B, what are the drainage system for road that need to be put in place, and how high do they need to be put in order to accommodate all the necessary flood situation that might pop up into the location where you're doing your project. But also, is asphalt, for instance, asphalt, is it permeable as permeability as well? Those are some of the questions we need to be asking ourselves, but also work with the private party to actually be able to achieve them. But also, during the developing of availability requirement, now here we're looking at a certain performance requirement, which is associated with climate risk mitigation. Important to be included in the definition of availability. Does the drain, for instance, when we talk about the drainage system, does the drainage ditches among road must be clear of debris, or let's say non-conformance, or can result to deduction of payment? So, for instance, if a specific let's say the private party is supposed to be doing cleaning of every lane for season, or every lane day, they're supposed to be clearing all this drainage system that has been put in place, but they have not met that specific standard. What are the discussed deduction in terms of payment? What we say penalties they need to be paying in order for them to achieve or to do that in occasion. So this enforcement can also be able to increase some of the performance requirements that the private party needs to have. The last one on the list is developing a performance standard, in which on the performance requirement, noted to include in availability, but important for climate resilience, recording and reporting, which is usually how are they performing. You could have a disaster risk plan, which is usually developed annually, but also you could have a third party who will be able to evaluate in terms of are they meeting this performance standard that you are set during the implementation of the project. All right. So now we already seen about the performance requirement on the PPP project, but now let's talk about a bit about PPP monitoring system. So usually when we are developing the project, we already have a monitoring plan in place. And the PPP conceptually will primarily monitor its own performance and report periodically to the contracting authority or the public party. But also all this needs to be enforced by the public party as well, in order to ensure that the monitoring system actually, or what has been said during the award or the contract or the signing of the contract, or which has been discussed during the RF request for proposal, is actually met, and how can we be able to meet this obligation, or how can the private party be able to meet this obligation. And this can be enforced at the earliest stage during the signing of the contract, in which one thing that the private party and the public party could be able to do together is have a quality assurance and quality control procedures which have been put in place in order to evaluate as they move on during the contract. They need to meet specific standard, and also you could have a third party who actually do quality assurance on this project, or even supervise how do they develop this project, how do they construct that specific infrastructure. And then the second one, it could be having a monitoring system and give contracting authority access to it. So as I've said, primary monitoring, the constituencies usually have its own monitoring and performance system, which needs to be accessed by the public party or the contracting authority. And here now we are talking what is a specific system that has been put in place, which could actually be part of the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation under the PPP, where they could be able to do a periodic checkup, where they check on in terms of what the project is going, how many percent has it reached, is 6%, is it 10%, but also be able to monitor, okay, now on this stage we are supposed to do this specific climate resilience measure, have they been implemented? But also it could be not only a physical visit, it could also be a digital, where it's a data where the private party need to populate information on a daily basis, it could be on a weekly basis for progress of the project, but also ensuring that the private party has access to that monitoring system, and they could be able to see a live of how the project is working, and how either the maintenance is being done and all that. But also the last one on the list is provide the authority with the result from both source. So it could be from the third party could write a report, but also the private party could actually be able to write a report and submit to the contracting authority in terms of the monitoring system which has been put in place, but also the quality assurance which is being done by the third party. And the very, very important thing is verification and enforcement are still important to ensure everything goes smoothly from both of the private party and the public party as well. What are the common pitfalls when developing a monitoring system? The first one is delay. Usually, most of the monitoring system are being developed at the very late during the game, or let's say you already did the design already. Now you're starting to implement it, and now you're thinking, okay, we have developed this design, but we didn't develop a monitoring system. In which at the end of the day, now you find yourself in a situation where you have too much data that's could be developed from the earliest stage, and you cannot be able to monitor how the progress of the project is. So it's very important to develop, as you are designing an infrastructure, let's say a blueprint, or you're saying, okay, here now, this project, when we're identifying the project, what is the monitoring system? We should be able to answer this question at the earliest stage, as when we are doing project identification to project appraisal and during the tendering and award, because they need to be included into the contract, and which will be enforced during the implementation of the project. And then the second one is incompatibility, in which the PPP monitoring system may need to be compatible with the existing digital assets, or I'll say the digital infrastructure from the on the public party, in which you usually as we know, the private party comes in with innovation, some of the advanced technology. So it's very, very important to be able to incorporate both of these systems to check the infrastructure system that are already on the public party. So the private party is aware of the whole situation when it comes to the infrastructure. And then the third one is in absence of very structured monitoring system, project teams get stuck with time-consuming, disorganized, and unauditable data, which can lead to not monitor the project as it progresses. And then the fourth one is excessive data correction, leading to very high monitoring costs for both contracting authority and the private party in the operation phase. So these are some of the things to consider when you're monitoring a PPP project or developing a monitoring system for PPP project. And now, how do we integrate climate resilience into the monitoring system of a PPP project? It's usually some of the questions that you need to answer or to have as a public party. For instance, an example: do climate variable needs to be monitored? If yes, are there threshold to transfer of certain climate risk from the party to another existing in the contract? Is it on site with third party monitoring? Is it important to have a third climate consulting firm to be monitoring this variable? Are they being met? And which are those variables? So if you look at this, these are some of the repeating questions that need to be done during performance, but also even during the monitoring system, monitoring of a PPP project. And how do you now integrate climate resilience during this stage as well? Okay, now the third one is PPP payment mechanism. As we have seen, it's not a one-on-one payment where the public party needs to pay the private party, and then that's it. There are things to be considered, there are things to be monitored, as we have talked a bit about the performance requirements, some of the monitoring mechanism, they need to be included. And also payment should be done on the basis of KPIs, output-based and capacity-based specification, which has been put in place during the tendering and award phase. So contracting authority wants to ensure that concessions perform their contractual duties. The private party wants to get paid. So both achieve with the payment mechanism, they need to have a specific payment mechanism. So if you don't meet a specific standard, if you don't meet a specific performance, then this is subjected to either penalty, deduction, and bonuses. But PPP payment mechanisms do not simply define a fixed payment, as I've already said, but it includes penalty, deduction, and bonuses when it's really important when it's overperformance or overperformed in terms of the private party. As I've already said, payment is linked to KPIs and output based and capacity focused. But also the payment mechanism therefore align with the interests of contracting authority and also the private party and other stakeholders. It's very important to note that the payment mechanism is not an only instrument to incentivize the private party to actually include some of the things or performance requirement that was agreed during the tendering and award, but also some of other areas or non-compliances or difficulty points that when they reach for specific level, it's very, very important to now use penalty, deduction, but also bonuses, in which now it actually takes us to this method that you could be able to implement as a private party, as a public party, to be able to enforce now the private party to align with some of the requirements that was being used. And that two laws, that principle is the pharmaceutical halt and kill principle, usually determining the level of financial penalty that can be challenging. And usually the TICO and HART-KILL principle, it enforces the private party to be able to align with some of the performance requirement that was set during the tendering and award and the submission of the proposal and even during the contract. But these penalties, bonuses, or deduction should not aim to actually cripple the private party and for them not to be able to bounce back into doing their usual obligation or contractual obligation. It should be in a situation where it's not that minimum for the private party to be able to just pay for it. We should not also exceed it to the extent that it actually cripple that private party. But so this is some of the questions that we can ask ourselves for some of the principles we need to use while we are conducting some of this contract when it comes to PPP project. And when we talk about the TICO hot and kill principle, we're talking about three things. So when we talk about the TICO, now here it's a penalty that is too low. The concessions or the private party may accept the penalty rather than pursue remedy or solution for that specific problem. And if the private party goes to this option, it will keep on committing the same mistake, thinking that they'll be paying a small amount of fee or a small amount of penalty in order for them to meet and move on, where they are supposed to be looking for solutions for that specific challenges. And that could actually be able to enforce even some of the performance requirement that was set during the tendering and awarding not to be met by the private party. The second one is the hearty principle, where now the penalty are too high. Hearty is therefore now the key is to set a penalty that rather they are not as too high, but also it motivates the private party to actually pursue solutions, or I would say to pursue measures that could actually be able to put in place, and something like that should not happen again. A very simple example is, for instance, if you're building a road and then let's say the drainage system that's supposed to be cleaned over and over again is not cleaned let's say on a specific weekly basis or a monthly basis, and then you find a point where now instead of paying them for this month, you say them like, if you didn't you didn't meet the specific standard which was set during the performance requirement for this project, then you are supposed to be, you'll be paid the next month, let's say next month. But also during this month that you are not paid, then you are supposed to be doing the work that you're supposed to, or to meet that specific performance. So it gives the room for the private party to ensure now, okay, if I want to be getting paid in time, then I need to actually be able to clean out these drainage systems, or let's say this this drainage system. It could be also railway lines. They need to be cleaned on a specific period of time. If I don't, then I'll get deducted in terms of my payment will be delayed. And then the last one on the list is the middle one, which is the kill the kill measure, in which the penalty are too high. The concessions can be unreasonable, punished, even defaulting on the basis of minor breaches of the contract. So it's very important to, when we are giving out these penalties, or we are deducting payment, there should be specific specific penalties that needs to be agreed on from the private party and the public party during the signing of the contract or during the tendering and award phase, where now the private party understand if they don't meet specific standards, these are the specific deduction of penalty that need to be put in place. But also not only doing too high penalty to the extent that they cannot be able to bounce back or pay their employees, or let's say continue their contractual obligation, which is the part of the kill. So usually most of the public party go for the hearty part of the principle, because it enforces the private party to actually work on pursuing some of the remedies on the project. What are the common pitfalls regarding the payment mechanism? So the first one is contracting authority may become too enthusiastic in defining penalty and deduction, leading to significant cost from the cost increases for the other party or the private party. And then second one, the contracting authority may be hesitant to apply the penalty in the PPP contract due to concern of overharming the private party or their relationship with the private party, which is why penalties need to be gradual, or it should be balanced on both sides. All right, now we already discussed a bit of the payment or the the payment mechanism and some of the common pitfalls. Now, how do we integrate climate resilience? So enforcing climate resilience through the PPP payment mechanism, there are two questions. One question you need to ask, is it a yes, is it a no? Does the PPP agreement include climate-related performance indicators, in which we already discussed since the tendering and award, with associated monitoring system? When we put those performance requirements, what the monitoring system we already put in place in order to monitor those performance requirements that we put in place? And if the answer is no, then you stop. But also, if the answer is yes, then evaluate the avenue to use the payment mechanism to enforce incentivize the private party to perform their duties or the contractual duties, or meet the performance, the required performance related performance or climate related performance indicators or requirement that they put in during that part of the season. And then now example of some of these questions that you can put in place in order to enforce the climate resilience in PPP payment mechanism. It could be, for instance, include climate resilience measures in availability definition. Example, it could be availability of road drainage system. We already spoke about that according to specified cleanness requirement. And if non-compliance with the cleanness requirement from the private party is considered an availability event and will result into a payment deduction of specific amount, let's say 10,000 per day or 5,000 per day, but it should not be exceeding to the extent that it leads to cripple the private party. So you could specify all this during the contractee and signing awards, during the contract management phase, or during the contractee, or putting this contractee, signing the contract between the private party and the public party as well. The second one is measure miss the target or possibility for deducting against the performance failure definition. So failure to update the climate risk mitigation plan as you move along into the project is in specific electrification period is failure to update the climate risk mitigation plan within specific days or specific, let's say you have a monitoring system or a payment mechanism or monitoring system that has been purchased, this is or let's say which data are supposed to be populated every now and then they don't meet those specific standards in terms of days. What are the results? So it could be specific payment deduction per week in order to actually enforce the private party to populate the data or the information that's need to be included into the system. So the third one is measure miss the target or possibility for deduction against the default and termination definition. So continue non-compliance will trigger early termination or clause in the PPP agreement. This could be one of the ways that you can enforce the climate resilience into the payment mechanism of the project. And a total of specific performance, let's say they have not performed they did not integrate or they did not performance this contractual agreement or this contractual performance requirement, then the penalty is due on that specific period of time, let's say for 6 months, or will trigger, or it will development to the last stage of termination of the contract as well. So that's how you can enforce climate resilience through the PPP payment mechanism as well. But in basis of what are the criteria that which was agreed during the tendering and award for both private party and the public party to implement when it comes to climate resilience. All right, so we have done the first part of the topic. Now let's go to the second part in terms of climate risk allocation in PPP contract. Now here we'll discuss about PPP contract change, force majeure, and uninsurability party of the project. Now, PPP contract itself, it's a long-term written agreement, you already know this, between the public and private party, which will establish, among other things, it will have these parts. So there is definition of some of the key terms into the contract, which mostly are legal terms. And then the resolution part, right and responsibility of each of the parts, but also what are the penalties that should be included in terms of the contract itself. And then the detailed contract design takes significant time, which is very important to consider. It might take 2 to 3 months, including from expert advisors and expert legal advisors from the public party and the private party, discussion, forth and back discussion between the private party and the public party on how do we make the contract more conducive for both parties, and they should be able to agree on the final version of this project. So it might take time. But also the last one on the list is contracting authorities generally responsible for developing the PPP contract while involving the private party as well. A well-structured contract, PPP contract, is clear, comprehensive, and creates certainty for both of these parties. And when we say certainty now, these are 4 things that we are talking about when it comes to PPP contract. The first one is PPP contract, or some of the things to look at or to ensure is PPP contract are long-term and can be complex. So it's very important to be clear and comprehensive, but also it should be meeting the both party or interests of both party. And then the second one is PPP contract, however complete, cannot fully specify what is to be done under all circumstances, which now brings us to the point where during uncertainty time or during event that we cannot be able to control, what is the PPP contract saying? Is it flexible to change in according to the situation or according to challenges that may pop up in that specific location where the project is being implemented? Third one is PPP contracts therefore need to be have a flexibility built in to enable dealing with changes circumstance within the contract and not requiring legal negotiation or termination of the contract. So you should have a flexibility of accommodating some of these challenges or uncertainty situation that might pop up during the implementation of the project. And also the last one on the list is this is typically done by creating a clear process and boundaries for change, in which now that's where now we'll be discussing in the next few slides. An example of a PPP contract is how it looks like. We already seen some of these contracts. We have worked on some of these contracts already. But the minimum content of the PPP contract, it includes the light and obligation again of both of the party, performance standard and targets, procedure for permitted modification, payment procedure and payment mechanism, security and performance bonds, perfect insurance, project insurance, terms of the project, terms of the PPP contract, condition for termination and impassion, but also definition of force majeure and changes in law and dispute of resolution and procedures on how to dispute some of the conflict that might pop up during the PPP contract lifespan. So when we talk about now, let's discuss a bit about PPP contractor change. We already talked a bit about the PPP contract. You need to be flexible for some of the challenges that might pop up during in the future during the implementation of the project. So even though the PPP contract provides flexibility, a contractor may need to or wish to advance some of the changes, may wish to advance or change requirement, age, capacity increase in order to motivate the private party to meet a specific standard. The second one is changes typically concern the technical requirement, not the main body of the contract. So let's not confuse that. In other words, changes to the project, not to the contract itself. So we might find ourselves in a situation where the project has incurred specific challenges. Now, how do, let's say, some of the climate lists that might pop up, let's say flood, war, act of terrorism. Now, how do we adjust the project in order to meet that specific challenge or risk that has been that has occurred, that both the private party and the public party didn't oversee some of that challenge. And then the third one is the PPP contract will specify, again, if the contracting authority like to require changes to the project, see some of the condition, the changes, for instance, the changes cannot conflict with the law of that specific country, but also compensation as well for net financial impact, procedures for negotiating changes, what are the procedures that needs to be put in place in order to negotiate changes, but also consultation with independent relevant experts in order to change the contract according, or the project according. And then the last one is concessions also has the right to propose changes. So it's not only the private party, but also the private party as well is subjected to request for some of the changes, but they are subjected to the contracting authority consent, but also performance and the concessions cost. So if they want to change the contract or they want to increase something, then it's not a part of the cost from on the public party, but rather it's gonna be the cost on the private party only. Okay, now how do we achieve contracting changes procedures? We can use a very simple three-tiered approach for supervising event that might pop up, which could indicate a change in a contract, or it could be indicating payment mechanism changes, or payment monitoring system changes, or any other changes which is part of the PPP. So the PPP development process is about to analyze the risk and extended to which the developer should receive relief for event beyond the control of both parties. So during uncertainty time or during climate risk such as war, active terrorism, flood, or an occurrence of the same hazard over and over again, what are the relief that the private party is should be received from the public party? Managing this has led to most jurisdictions to adopt a three-tier approach to risk events. So it could be on compensation event, it could be on relief event, which is the delay event, or it could be on force majeure. But also not all specific event fall under force majeure. There should be specific event that falls under force majeure, but when it falls under force majeure, what are the definition when it comes to force majeure? So that is very important. And when we talk about, let's start with compensation event. When we talk about compensation event, now here contracting authority takes the risk. It could be a situation where it's not the fault of the private party. Now here the public party need to jump in order to compensate for that specific challenge or that specific risk. And contracting authority pays the provider contractual relief to leave developer no better, no worse. So let's say, for example, an event such as act of terrorism, it could be civil war, it could be flood that has occurred over and over again to the extent that it has ruined the infrastructure. The public party now here needs to jump in order to compensate the private party in terms of where it doesn't leave the private party no better, no worse. And here now we can even use the TICO principle, the TICO hot kill principle, where now we evaluate, okay, this kind of event, what does the private party, the public party needs to do for the private party? And then the second one is the relief event, where the developer takes risk but given relief from other resulting consequences associated with the event. So it could be they have given relief, okay, these kind of challenges have happened, or this kind of event that is beyond both parties has happened. What does the private party benefit? It could be relieved in some of the obligation on the contract, but also being able to continue with the contract. And then the last one on the list is force majeure event, in which this event actually beyond the private and the public party as well, in which it could lead to low performance, or it could be ready to terminating of the contract. And when we talk about that, but also it could ready to the public party now become an insurer of the project, and it's happening during catastrophic events such as if you talk about civil war, is not under the control of the public party, is not under the control of the public party. They did not oversee that kind of event or act of terrorism on the infrastructure, mostly, for instance, on toll road. So it's very important to have a definition of what is force majeure event and what event actually fall under the force majeure. And this could be guided under specific ways, or a road that you need as a public party to be able to define the force majeure, because force majeure provision govern of the cause of action, and that if unforeseen event actually happen. And when you talk about climate risk and force majeure, in which I didn't touch base on force majeure more because I already explained about it more and more on the previous slide. Many of the PPP agreements include the open-ended catch for definition of force majeure, which is very, very important. When you are dealing with climate risk, you need to define, when you talk about force majeure, when it comes to climate risk, what are these risks? Do they meet specific standard? For instance, an example in Japan, in the early 2013, they used to go into PPP project. But but at the time, as we know, Japan is facing a lot of cyclones, a lot of challenges when it comes to climate risk. But when they defined force majeure under their contract for cyclones, or for let's say for specific hazard, they had specific definition, they had specific standard, they had a specific law which govern the force majeure when it comes to this contract. So in order for an event to meet a force majeure event, they need to meet a specific standard and specific requirement as well. But also most if not all climate risk event will qualify for under force majeure, but the definition needs to be changed in order to meet. Not only, let's say, for instance, you build a road from point A to point B, and then it's lane for just one day, and then the private part comes in and say, oh, no, this falls under force majeure. It was not predicted. We want to terminate the contract, and you need to pay us. So there should be specific definition when it comes to climate resilience or climate risk that are happening or might happen in the future during the implementation of the project. So if climate risk assessment identify risk with high likelihood of occurrence, the project team should determine if the risk can be excluded from the definition of force majeure, or the risk can only be included if they qualify specific standard or specific occurrence or occur in a certain period of time. Even if a climate risk qualifies force majeure, compliance with climate risk mitigation plan can be enforced into the PPP agreement. And how now can you a guidance of how do you define now force majeure in an era of climate risk or in an era of uncertainty time? You could ask yourself a few questions, and also this could be designed in a basis of specific project. An example of a way that you could actually be able to go about is this way that I'll be explaining in 1 or 2 minutes. And you could ask yourself in simple question. For instance, an example, the first question, if you look at this one, is say that the procuring authority have contractual freedom under PPP governing law, define force majeure or specify its consequences. Is it yes? Is it no? And if it's no, what mitigate climate risk through other parts of the PPP or evaluation, performance requirement, payment, and mechanism? So if it falls under the point of no, then what are the mitigated climate risk through other parts of the PPP? If it's not part of the governing law, it's not part of the policy that has been set, or it did not define the force majeure it's supposed to be defining, how can we be able to include some of these force majeure event or some of these consequences under the evaluation, performance requirement, and payment mechanism? And this could be enforced in order to ensure that the private party understand if they don't meet specific requirement when it comes to climate risk, these are the enforcement that we need to include, or some of the requirements they need to include or to enforce into the 3 areas. And if it's a no now, you move to the if it's a yes now, you move to the second question. Does the procuring authority or the private party follow open-ended catch or definition to force majeure. If it's yes, consider whether any risk can be mitigated against and passed to private party instead of being included in the definition of force majeure. So there are things that could be following on the private party for them to ensure that they follow specific performance requirements, so such a situation doesn't happen. And also the public party is allowed to transfer some of these duties to the private party instead of just including them under force majeure. So for instance, allowing that to happen, like for instance twice a month, should be included on the to the or should be transferred as part of the risk to the private party as well. If it's no, then you go to the next question or the next criteria or the guidance that you could actually be able to do. The third one is that the procuring authority for an approach to defining force majeure that include an exhaustive list of specific events or consequences. I already spoke about this. When you talk about force majeure, it's very important to have a specific definition for specific event. If it's Friday, how long does it have to be? How in terms of occurrence? And if it's yes, when defining this list, ensure that events listed are beyond the control of affected party and would prevent it from performing its contractual duty. Generally, countries that define force majeure this way list out a very limited set of events that are uninsurable or needs to be under insurance, or it could be taken by the private party, because some occurrence of climate risk cannot be taken by any insurance. Most insurance are not interested in taking some of the risk. So it's very important to ensure, because if there is no any other private party that might take up the risk or might take up some of this list or have insurance for this specific list, the private party is obligated, the public party is obligated to take on those insurance for the project. So if you are not able to define the force majeure and some of this occurrence, why is it happening? How long does it happen? What are the governing law when it comes to this? It's gonna be the whole cost is gonna follow on the public party. So I'm gonna go fast, and then the last one is the result of the climate risk assessment performed during business case, identify any climate risk with high likelihood of occurrence. So this could take place during the second phase of the project, and you could either answer no and discuss with climate expert if all climate risk should be included into the force majeure definition. And if it's yes, work with the climate expert and the legal expert to determine if any can be excluded from force majeure definition, or if it can be included as event has been qualified, age flood event or of 1 to 100 years. Or bidders can be required to develop a risk management planning as a plan as a part of their technical proposal. Look up on this. So we already discussed about the monitoring, payment mechanism, and performance requirement, contract, but there are things we need to take into consideration. Performance mechanism require clear performance targets and reliable monitoring system and effective payment mechanism. Again, that is part of the heart of the PPP contract or the PPP project. So it's very important to include all that into your PPP contract. Second one is, however, payment mechanisms are not the only tools used to incentivize private party to meet their contractual obligation. Use the TICO heart and kill principle to determine whether you're supposed to penalize them at what extent, which might not affect the private and the public party. At the end of the day, the private party and the public party need to have a win-win situation during the contractual period of the PPP contract. And then the third one is we can incorporate climate resilience into construction standard, availability definition, and performance standard, which can enforce the private party to meet contractual obligations. All right, and then the first one is a very structured PPP contract is clear, comprehensive, and creates certainty. I cannot stress more on this one. We should develop a very clear, understandable with both parties. It should be it can take a long time, but it should be meeting the standard that's supposed to be, and it should be clear for the private party. You don't want to be starting a contract or implementation of a project, and then they tell you like, no, we didn't understand about this part, or during where you're enforcing some of the payment mechanism, the penalty and the deduction, and then you find out the private part comes to you and say like, no, this was not part of the contract. So if there is dialogue between the private party and the public party, then the contract will be clear, and private party will be able to meet the operation or contractual obligation of that. In the face of climate risk uncertainty, a well-structured contract build in flexibility is very important to ensure that during uncertainty time, both parties, or during some of the challenges or climate risk, both parties come out as a win-win situation. The last one on the list is climate resiliency can be created by considering climate risk when defining supervening event. So that is very important as well.